Hey, how's it going, everybody? Welcome to Nightcap for what is it, January 28th, 2023. I'm your host, Shaun. What's going on, everybody? We got Hagbard and Trumpzilla in the house. Hagbard dancing gifts as always. Trumpzilla says, watching Godzilla King of the Monsters on Svengoolie, the poor American version of Gojira, starring Raymond Burr, who started working Perry Mason the next year. You know, it's interesting. We're big Godzilla fans over here at the house. My son is a Godzilla fanatic. We watch Godzilla movies on the reg. But there is no there's no dubbed version of the original Godzilla, which, I would never on my own watch a dubbed version. But, when he was young, he couldn't read subtitles. So we would actually watch the King of the Monsters version, the Americanized version all the time. And I kind of grew an affection for it. Like, it's not it's not as good. It's goofy. As Hagbard here says, he says, when I was a kid, that was a flawless film. Now the Burr edits are so jarring. Yes, they're very like it's so funny because like they have the scene after Godzilla first like makes shore and destroys that fishing village, and they do the things to insert Raymond Burr into the movie, and it's just like him with his pipe, like looking over people, like, what could it be? What could have this? What could have done this? Oh my goodness! Yeah, it's it's fun. It's kind of reminds me of a little bit of like oh, what the hell's that movie? That Odenkirk movie, Kung Pao. You ever see Kung Pao? They digitally insert him in that old kung fu movie. That's kind of what it reminds me of. I mean, not literally. It's not like a one-to-one thing. Obviously, they're doing very different things. Although I did appreciate though that Raymond Burr had a big affinity for that movie actually. And when they did Godzilla 84, that was like a direct sequel. They disregarded all the other sequels and made a direct sequel to the original Godzilla. When they did the American version, which is actually kind of hard to find because I think of music rights, he came back. He came back and filmed for like 2 days to do inserts of himself back in the film, which I always got a kick out of because we watched both versions not too long ago of Godzilla 1984, and it was just fun. It's just fun. It's funny. Actually, if you go look on our we have two channels over on Odyssey. We have like the regular Zoobox channel, and then I have an alternate channel called Zoobox Forever. Sometimes I just use it as an archive if I'm worried that something's going to get deleted or disappeared off of YouTube. I'll go download it and upload it on there. I think I uploaded a shitty version of Godzilla 1984, like the American one, the one with Raymond Burr is over on there if you're ever curious to check it out. Trumpzilla says much better career move than Nick Adams, who killed himself after his Godzilla movie. Well, yeah, I'd say so. Trumpzilla says James Hong did some dubs. Hagbard's got that dancing. He says Final Wars for the win. Oh my god, we watch. I just watched Final Wars 2 weeks ago again for probably like the 10th time. Final Wars is nuts. I love that it's like so inspired by the zeitgeist of the time, the action movies that were out, all like the wire foo shit, like the Matrix, and just other like just well, I guess the what the Matrix did to action filmmaking post 1999. It was a lot of fun. Prof says, did I just miss the first few minutes of Nightcap? My fucking wife, this broad, she wanted to watch a fucking movie. I'm like, lady, Saturday night is for the boys.
It's called hentai, and it's art.
It's for the boys. Everything's for the boys on Saturday night. So tonight, we're gonna dive into Andrew Tate. This has kind of been a long time coming. I don't really know a ton about Andrew Tate, so we're just gonna kind of look into some things, look into the surrounding manosphere stuff, the people that have propped him up, because he has kind of an interesting trajectory. I know he's had a public profile for a while, but within the past, what, like year, 18 months, his profile just kind of like blew the fuck up. And a lot of that I have to think has to do with just like the table was set. The culture was set. The culture was ready. The zeitgeist was ready for Andrew Tate at some point. But there was a lot of things because he's one of these guys, like most of these red pill MGTOW dudes, or not MGTOW, but just red pill manosphere guys. They constantly are rebranding themselves and changing their tactics. And we got to see the most modern incarnation of Andrew Tate. That is the one that became the most popular, but he has somewhat of a lurid history, especially when it comes to running fangirl sites, which intersects with the episode we did, kind of diving into a little bit of the OnlyFans managers and how they get girls to come into their employment. Profit and Trumpzilla just donated 1 ice cream each. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Trumpzilla says, still haven't seen all the 19 Godzilla movies. I think we have. I think we're there. I think we've done it at my it took a while, but like I said, my son is a Godzilla nut. We got Godzilla shit all over his room. Every Christmas, every birthday, he always gets more Godzilla toys. It's a good time. So for Andrew Tate here, now it's an interesting. Where do we start with Andrew Tate? So we're gonna start at the end. Maybe we'll go circle back to the beginning, then go to the middle, and then go backwards. Trumpzilla says Godzilla versus Gamera. Dude, we not only have watched Godzilla versus Gamera, we've watched all the Gamera movies. And we even have all of the Gamera movies from the late 90s, early 2000s, the Mothra movies. We have all the fucking Mothra movies. I'm serious. Watched all of them. Most of them are not very good, but entertaining for what they are. You know what I'm saying? Kato says, you've seen Tate dancing, I presume. I think I've seen a little bit of that. I don't know if I've seen the whole thing. I will look it up, though, as we go. We're just going to start with a little short video. This is called Andrew Tate's Final Message. It says 5 months ago. I'm not sure exactly what he's going to say. Like I said, I just never had much of an interest in Andrew Tate. So I never really I never paid attention to him when he was kind of rising to prominence, or at least this go around of becoming popular. So we're going to see. We're going to find out. We're going to look at some clips. We're going to look at people talking about him. He's even one of our favorite things to do here on Nightcap, watch some kind of mediocre Vice documentary. Maybe we'll close the show out with that. But yeah, but we're just going to go where we go. We'll see what happens. We're going to do kind of a grab bag Nightcap. We'll see where we go. Maybe we stay on Andrew Tate. Maybe we get bored. I don't know. We'll find out.
Just want the world to know in my final.
I just want the world to know in my final video. These people are so fucking dramatic.
Statement that if you're a supporter of mine, and I know most of you are, please explain
if you're a supporter of mine,
the truth in a respectful manner. Telling these hate-filled people that they're wrong and calling them names won't help. These people are not happy people, because happy people don't act that way. Tell them the truth. Show them that the content is out of context. Show them the long format content. Say all the ways I've helped you. And I really believe by being a genuinely professional, logical, positive person, you guys can change public consciousness for me. And
it's like, you guys can get me back in to the matrix. You can get me back in. You got to do the work. Do the legwork for me. Your buddy Andy Tate. So this is going to be interesting. So we're seeing how he's presenting himself here as kind of like this do-gooder. He's just here trying to help you, trying to give you the good info. I know he's very provocative. And one of the things about Andrew Tate that generally people use to defend Andrew Tate is that he is provocative on purpose to get you to pay attention. It's like, it's his 4D chess. It's kind of like, if like people that are like really, really into Donald Trump, no matter what Donald Trump does, anything he does or says has some sort of deeper meaning. It's 3-dimensional, 4D underwater chess. There's always a deeper subtext to it. And I've seen a lot of the same arguments for Andrew Tate himself. Prophet says, isn't Andrew Tate the proper bloke with the bougie, the bougai? Trumpzilla says, bad news for Rick and Morty. Justin Roiland dropped from R&M, Solar Opposites, and Panda. Yeah, he's done, as far as I know. I mean, he got charged. He hasn't had his day in court, but we'll see, I suppose. Or for domestic violence, I think, right?
Time is a beautiful thing. It's amazing how things change with time. And in the meantime, I'm going to enjoy my fantastic life, which I've managed to build with all of the tenacity and mental strength that I try and teach my fans.
You think these fucking people, you think this guy was making this video like, this is my final video, it's my final message. I'm retiring. I've done the work. My legacy intact. The library is there for you to go back and ponder on and clip and spread my message. It's like, it's just a marketing ploy. It's so transparently so as well.
You know how to reach me. And I'll finish with a quote from my late father. My unmatched perspicacity, coupled with sheer indefatigability, makes me a feared opponent in any realm of human endeavor.
Whoa! How Andrew Tate got rich. Let's do it. I want to know. How do you make that dollar? How do you make that cheddar? How'd he do it? Kato says 16-second clip that includes contrasting setup. If this is him, couldn't attempt to destroy his image, then he seems pretty toxic. Okay, we'll check it out first. Let's check this out first. Oh, what am I doing? I'm pressing buttons. Nothing working the way I wanted to work. Oh, is this the stuff like the these recently uncovered stuff?
Girls hate Andrew Tate is because he's bringing back the strong masculinity.
Well, we're not seeing his face there, Kato. We're not seeing his face. We're not seeing his face. Trumpzilla says the only great animator may be Genndy Tartakovsky. I actually agree. I really love Primal. Primal was excellent. Prophet says, because the Andrew Tate bust was inexorably linked to pizza, I've just been fucking starving every time I hear about him. Pizza in a bathrobe? He's stealing my moves. Let's see how he made his millions. How did he make his money? Is he going to talk about the cam girl stuff here? I have all of the old clips. There's this guy on Twitter, Crab Man. Used to go by Nick Monroe. You may know him. And he's like kind of one of these autistic dudes that makes these like really in-depth threads. It's like everything you've ever wanted to know about a person. And he does these threads. And so we're going to look into some of his clips because he has some of the clips that came out or resurfaced rather. They didn't come out. Like nobody was hiding this shit. It's just people were ignoring it or didn't know about it because they were old. Kato says there's another of him dancing the same way in a laundromat. I think I've seen that one. Hagbert says find Genndy's unreleased Popeye movie. It's fucking amazing. Oh, dude, I got to check that out. Drumzilla says Primal, Samurai Jack, Dexter's Laboratory. I love all those. Samurai Jack is another favorite. Prophet says, I'm not surprised some pro athletes study dance or ballet to give their body a more fluid range of motion. Oh, no. We got an Andrew Tate defender already. He's like, no, dude, trust me. It's about movement. Prophet says, not saying he did that, but I've heard it. He might just be fabulous.
Made my millions of dollars. The first time I ever became a millionaire was with Webcam Studio.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is how I first ever made money. I mean, I was a kickboxing world champion, but kickboxing's not boxing, right?
Yeah.
So I'd make like $100,000.
Also, what is the deal with his fucking accent? So we just listened to what was purported to be like his final message, his final video to the people before he went off into the sunset. And he doesn't have this accent. Or am I just being unfair? I have headphones on. I'm listening. I was kind of even goofing at the way he said certain words. So maybe he's trying to code switch. Now he's trying to code switch. He's trying to be like more erudite. A man of etiquette, of deep thought and introspection. Have that kind of plain Jane, intelligent guy voice. Because now he kind of sounds a little bit like a gangster. Just saying. Kiddo says, hey, there is some truth to it. I mean, we can joke about aerobics or yoga, but that stuff can be hard. No, it is. No, I'm doing ballet. One of the most physically difficult things a person can do. Those people destroy their fucking bodies. Destroy their bodies. Even pro wrestling. The same thing. All that kind of stuff is crazy.
A fight. You fight 2 or 3 times a year. You pay 20% to your manager. You pay taxes, but you're not rich.
So you get like 30 to 40% of the money.
Yeah. And I didn't consider myself rich, like 30, 40 grand chunks, twice a year, maybe 3 times a year, living in London. London rents, need a car. Mm-hmm. You're trying, you're not rich in any way. And that's actually the reason I retired, because I woke up one day and I thought, I'm giving 6 hours a day of absolute focus and energy to this. And I believe I'm smart enough that if I put that much tenacity into something else, I can be a multimillionaire. I truly believed that. I was like, I've realized now I've reached the pinnacle of kickboxing. My choice is either to change over to MMA, which I was offered to do earlier in my career, but at the time, the kickboxing contract paid more money. I had to pay the bills, so I went kickboxing. Change over to MMA, learn to wrestle, change over to UFC, blah, blah, blah. But this is also like 7-8 years ago where even the UFC didn't pay the money it pays now.
Mm-hmm. But
apparently the UFC still doesn't pay the money that you would be looking for. If you're an entry-level guy, you don't make very much money. Trumzilla says, don't start Taekwondo at 55. I'm probably going to be starting jiu-jitsu about, how old will I be? Probably be about 37, 38. Waiting for my son. He's got to be like 6 to start, but we're going to do jiu-jitsu together.
he still doesn't pay that much money from what I understand.
No, if you're like top 5 or champion, yeah. But most of the dudes you're going to see there in the prelims, they're getting 10 grand a fight, 9 grand a fight. It's nothing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be like starting my career all over again. And at the age of 28, I thought I don't have the gumption to start again. I've been through hell for this. I've broken my hand 8 times. My ribs have been broken.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, so I got to start turning out the girls. Got to start hitting those chicks up. Man, I get laid all the time. What if I could like set these girls up on dates?
I want to do this all over again. So
what do you do when you realize that, hey, maybe I don't want to keep fighting?
I decided to get rich.
What does that mean to you? When you're sitting there, you're getting, $30,000, $40,000 kind of net on a per fight basis. Is rich to you like, hey, I want a couple $100,000, $1 million, $20 million, $1 billion?
I wanted 30 or 40,000 every month.
30 or 40,000 every month. So about $500,000 a year, give or take.
I thought if I had that much money, I could do whatever I wanted.
Okay.
That's what I decided.
So what's step one that you do?
So step one is, maybe that's how we ended up here together, my friend. Step one is decided to be very logical about it. Chess player, right? So it's like, I want money. What is money? How do banks work? How does credit work? What's fractional reserve banking? All these things we now know to be the biggest cons of the century, right? So I'm sitting there researching money for days and days and days. And
for days, he researched money for days. I do have a kind of a theory that he is involved with the mafia and like Romania and stuff. And that's actually, and they use him as a money laundering device. I'm not sure if that's true. Maybe we'll find out. He's in prison. Although, I mean, not in prison. I'm sorry. He's in jail. He's been arrested. He's awaiting trial. But I think he didn't. That's for trafficking, though. Unless there is some sort of connection to the trafficking and money. They may be trying to get the Tate brothers to flip on the money people. That's like kind of a, I don't know if that's true. Just from the little I've caught here and there, I feel like that's a possibility. Okay, this is funny. A lot of martial arts guys have all sorts of knee problems, kind of self-defeating. Well, hey, man, you don't need them to work all the time, only when you're kicking somebody in the face. Prof says, we are doing pre-jujitsu, which is my son pretending he's Killer Croc and I'm Batman, and we just recreate scenes from the Arkham games. We'll get there. Yeah, that's Foster and I have, we've done that. Now we're ready for the next stage. Kato says, now he is asking the dangerous things.
Then I get more mad because I'm like, whoa, money's trash and I don't have any. Now I'm really annoyed, right? I thought like everyone else did that, everyone puts their money in the bank and the bank takes some of other people's money and lends it out. I didn't know they invented it from the sky. I still at that point thought money was linked to gold. I didn't know nothing. So I'm learning all this stuff and I'm getting really angry. I'm like, now this is really.
He didn't know. He was almost 30 years old. He didn't know that the gold standard has been gone for quite some time. I mean, I guess maybe, why would you know? I suppose if you're a fighter, you're in that world, you're not paying attention to other things. Fair enough. It looks like those days and days of research really paid off.
Annoying me. So, anyway, I had a piece of paper there and I'm in my research phase and it start writing down some dude on YouTube. I don't know who he was, some dork. He was a pro gold guy. This is before, Bitcoin was probably around then, but like early. He was a pro gold guy saying buy gold, buy gold, buy gold. And he was saying the difference between an asset, a liability, et cetera, et cetera. So I started trying to write down what I had. I was like, I have an apartment, I have a BMW. I'm in good shape, but I already use that for fighting. What can I do? I can play chess. I'm just writing down the things I have and what I'm good at. And then I kind of realized, I was like, I've got like 8 girlfriends. because I was traveling the world, and if you win, you get a ring girl. It's kind of like she's banging the winner, right? You win a world title, you get to choose the ring girl you want. It's pretty easy, right? So I had a girlfriend in Slovakia, I had a girlfriend in France, I had a girlfriend in England, all these girlfriends.
Man, that's why he was so fucking broke. That's why he was so goddamn broke. All these girlfriends all over the world, sending them gifts, maybe paying for their apartments. Prophet says, I remember my apprenticeship studying butchery for days and days.
Know about each other?
No.
Okay.
But they find out pretty soon. So I had all these girlfriends. So I'm like, maybe I could open a strip club and like be a pimp, be a gangster about it. And then opening a strip club.
That's literally the first thing you thought about was opening a strip club?
Well, I thought I have these beautiful girls. How can this is before like Twitch existed. Mm-hmm. So I was like, what can I do with these hot girls? So it's like, it's just an asset, right? There's these girls and a lot of them were messaging me They thought I was this millionaire world champion. They all wanted to come London, live with me, and thought I was a big boy millionaire and all this stuff. So it's like they do
because of social media.
Well, partially because of that, and also because they met me. I turn up, I fight, I win the world title, I leave. We're texting each other. They assume I'm this big boy, right? So I'm kind of like, what am I going to do?
This is one of the preeminent dudes in the manosphere. Somebody that everybody's like, oh, this is a guy that really has the inside track and give you some really good information about how to be more masculine and take control of your life. And he's just basically describing like, yeah, I became a pimp. That's how I made money. I became a pimp. I had all these girlfriends all over the place, and they all wanted to live with me anyways. And would it really be that hard for me to coerce them into becoming cam models? Probably not. Probably not. Prophet says, quote unquote, I thought I have these beautiful girls. How can I sell their bodies and keep most of the money? Prophet says, fucking Lester Diamond. Yeah, bingo bango, Lester Diamond for sure. Kato says, he is the new Davis Arini. Oh, thank you for bringing that up, Kato, because when I think the reason why I ended up doing this tonight is like I saw like a clip of or a picture of him like last night or the day before, and I was like, the way he talks about stuff, like his cadence and stuff and his look is very Davis Arini. You nailed it, buddy. We're on the same page, dude. Trumpzilla says he took the Epstein course. Yeah, he's like an Epstein wannabe. I mean, but that remains to be seen. It remains to be seen. I have a feeling Andrew Tate is more connected than we know he is, and I think his imprisonment has more to has. I don't think it has much to do with like sex trafficking. Honestly, I don't. I think there is just some deeper criminal behavior that's going on that we're not privy to.
What am I going to do? I thought, man, I investigated strip clubs, way too much money. But this asset class of beautiful women was kind of on my mind for a few days. And then by absolute coincidence, I stumbled upon somewhere on the internet. I was on one of those websites we used to download like free games and bullshit from. In the corner somewhere, it said, hot girls want to talk to you now or something. I said, hot girls. So I clicked on that, not because I was interested, but because I thought I have hot girls. And it was one of those webcam websites. And I was like, so these girls sit here and talk to dudes for money. So I'm going to get my girls to
and they're naked. They're just talking. How does it work?
It's 50-50. I mean, it depends on the girl, depends what she wants to do. But the majority of the job is not based around being naked. The majority of the job is based on being entertaining and being easy to talk to. And the guys who are talking to you need to find you.
Yes, to find insecure, weak men and get them to give you money. Trick them into thinking that you care about them. Create a parasocial relationship with them. It's just whatever, guys. It's just whatever. And this is the dude that everybody looks up to. Even just his base position of what he's trying to extract from other men. That can't be healthy. That can't be a healthy addition to the culture, to the manosphere.
You need to remember their name, remember their dog's name. You have to be smart. You can't just be a girl and be a bimbo and be naked and make money. You have to be really smart, charming, interesting, happy all the time, positive. Mm-hmm. And I thought, I'm going to try this. So I messaged all 5 of my girlfriends, told them I had a job for them, explained to them what I was going to do. I was going to launch this company. 4 of them agreed. All 4 flew in, sat them around the same table. They're all like, who's she, who's she, who's she? I'm like, well, you're all my girlfriends. 2 more left. And then 2 stayed. And that was the beginning of my little attempt at a webcam empire. And I put the girls there. And my role in it all was I did all the tech side of stuff, which is the first thing, of course. And then also, and I get called a pimp a lot, but
he did all the tech side of stuff. He did all the tech side of stuff. Oh, we got Brissinger in the house. What's up, Brissinger? Says, oh my God, the talking dick. Looks like Mr. Potato Head. Trumpzilla says, get the girls on drugs, then camera. And it might not be like specifically drugs, but it could just be money, access to things that he has, a lifestyle that they want to be part of, engage with. I don't know. I mean, it's a gray area. Like if these are adults that are willing participants in this thing, like you're like, oh, well, okay. If that's what you want to do. But I do think that there is something that he kind of, and he hints at it occasionally, I think, from what I understand in other podcasts and stuff, is that the nature of what he was doing was more coercive than he's kind of saying here. That he would kind of trick them into moving, thinking that they were just going to be like his girlfriend, that he was interested in them. and then he would kind of make them dependent on him, and then he would spring the cam girl stuff on them. Like, hey, you know, everybody's got to do their part around here. You know, we got to make money. You know, nothing's for free, baby. Nothing's for free.
And the reason I use the term is because I don't see it as a negative term. I see it as positively inspirational and motivating person. I'd motivate the girls. I'd make sure they did their job properly. If they had a bad day online, I'd come up with a good excuse for them. Oh, it's been a football game. It's been really busy. Don't worry. You're so beautiful. Don't be upset. You did better than her. You did the best today. I keep everything organized, put the schedules together, all that kind of stuff. And
is it hard?
It's hard because women have to want to work for you. Okay. Women have to want to obey you. That's what's hard. And you don't do that. This is one of the biggest misconceptions. I really want to clear this up. People in the movies and stuff, pimps are like aggressive, mean men. Complete opposite. Pimps are more like James Bond. James Bond's a pimp. He sleeps with a girl to get information. He doesn't care about her. He is absolutely.
Yeah, but he's not a pimp. He's not selling her out. He's not selling her out to other Johns, other men. No, James Bond is not a pimp, maybe a philanderer, a ladies' man, if you will. And if he's even just using them for his own selfish needs, his own selfish purposes, whether that's to extract information or maybe just get a little, you know, a little pussy. Maybe just for that. Maybe just for that. Doesn't make him a pimp. That's retarded. That's part of his delusion.
Absolutely not really a pimp. He doesn't hit her. He makes her love him. She does what he wants. He uses sex as a weapon to reward her, and then he disappears. James Bond is absolutely not really a pimp. So I say pimp because everyone calls me a pimp online, tries to go, haha, you're a pimp, I'm going to get offended. So no, beautiful women wanted to work for me, and they wanted to work for me because I displayed supreme competence. And they knew if they worked for me, they'd make a lot of money. So whenever I was out, I'd meet a waitress and say, well, you're working 10 hours a day for pennies. You can work 10 hours a day for me, make 10 grand a month, 20 grand a month. And over time, I just build up this big little.
See, what I like to do is I like to get them when they're very desperate and they have nothing. Then I like to offer them more money than they've ever seen in their lives. And that's when you got them. That's when you got them. Trumpzilla says Nexium, Charlie Manson, Mormons. How deep does it go?
Empire of webcam girls. At one point, I had 4 locations, 75 girls working for me.
And we say locations, like explain what goes into a location.
I just rent houses.
All right, so you rent a house, and in the house, you just literally, hey, go live here. There's like technology set up, and then you can basically just sit in front of the computer and literally be on the other end of one of these webcams. And guys are paying by the minute, by the hour, whatever, to talk to you. It's their choice whether they are doing it fully clothed, just talking, getting naked, whatever, and then you're taking some cut of it.
Yeah, basically. So I had girls who would live in the house, and
that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, just being clothed or not, you know, whatever. It's their choice. It's their choice. But you know, if they want to make money, you got to show the goods. You got to show what your mother gave you. That's how you make the money. Do you think that Andrew Tate was going to keep somebody on payroll that wasn't making him money? Do you think he didn't have any type of suggestive behavior where he was just like, yo, you know, you're not making as much as Carly over here. I don't know, Samantha. You may want to think about it. You don't have to do it, but you may want to think about popping that coochie out every once in a while. Egbert says, can we just get him and Eliza Blue together in the octagon? The grift off. The fight of the century. Who has been more exploitative to trafficked women? The trafficker or the fake trafficked woman? Find out tomorrow on Nightcap. Now we got to do a follow up on that at some point, because there's lots of other things that are coming out about the Eliza Blue stuff, but it's kind of, I got to piece it together. It's all buried in like fucking live streams.
I just broke down the webcam business.
You nailed it.
No background information.
Yeah, you nailed it. You nailed it. So the girls who lived in the house would have a set amount of hours they want to do, and then we'd have rooms that they could book in and do X amount of hours. A girl could come and do one a week or whatever. We'd have rooms they could share. And then, very much exactly like you said. They'd go online, they'd do their hours, they'd have their regular customers, they'd get their money, and then I'd take around half of the money, around 50%.
You take 50%.
Around 50%.
Okay. Is that high or low compared to the rest of the
industry?
I'll
tell you why it's very low. It's low because every time a girl would quit and try and do it by herself, she'd make a fraction of the money overall because she hasn't got the instruction. She hasn't got the motivation.
Well, she doesn't have the infrastructure. You provide infrastructure. You could just say like, hey, yeah, I justify the 50% because I give them the rooms. I give them the tools to do it. I give them the computers. They get to stay at my house. They get money. You could say that. You don't have to get into some fucking stupid thing like this. Oh, they don't have the motivation. Well, how are you motivating them? What were you saying? What were you doing?
She's just lazy with it, right? And women have a very different mentality to money than men. If you show a woman how to make $1,000 in an hour, she'll think, I only have to work an hour a week. Whereas if you show a man how to make $1,000 in an hour, he thinks, I can make $18,000 a day. That's the difference between us. So if I had a girl working for me making 20,000, she got 10, I got 10. If she quit, she'd make 3 for herself, if that.
Well, that's probably if you're hanging out with women that are like, sub 100 IQ. That's probably the truth. All right, so let's check out this thread a little bit. Jump into here. This guy's got some nice clips for us, so we don't have to do the legwork ourselves. We can just be lazy. We can just cruise.
I need a visa.
Gonna need that visa, girl.
And maybe this is a bit bad. Here's where the famoose would start. So it'd be good. Like, I had a lot of girls who worked for me, and the best was like the Ukrainians or the Russians. It was amazing because they'd get some guy, fall in love, they'd arrange the day to meet, all this shit. I need a visa. Okay, get a visa. I need money for a visa. Okay, how much is a visa? It's $900. No, but it's not $900 because I went to the embassy. They think I'm a risk, and I need a return flight there and back, and I need a hotel. I need to have spending money in my bank account. They won't let me come.
So yeah, he's. I'm assuming these girls do not actually go to these meetings. This is called catfishing. I believe that's the technical term. Prof says women that are sub 100 IQ. So women. Fair enough.
Go to the embassy, trust out the embassy, boom, come back. They rejected my visa. They said we have to wait 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, they'll give it to me. Okay, baby, boom. 2 more weeks of tips. Boom, 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 boom. Because now he thinks he's gonna fuck, right? Thinks we get the girls. Now he's spending more than ever. 2 weeks. 2 weeks come. Some other problem, whether it's visa, whatever. We make up some bullshit.
He's sitting at home losing everything because he thinks this is the love of his life. He thinks they've made a real connection. He's like, shit, I got to do what I got to do to get this girl over here. I got to do it. We're in love. Fucking losing his shirt, about to lose his apartment, lose his car, lose his job. You got fucking George over here.
Women.
That's right, George.
Right?
All these OnlyFans chicks can learn from you, man.
Oh, man,
no,
bro,
but you know, like a free
people watch
OnlyFans tutorial.
Yeah,
here
people would say, why did those girls work for you? Because the girls would work for me, and at 50%, because it was 50-50, would make millions per month. If they worked for themselves, they'd make fucking nothing. I was the best in the fucking game. What? Me, and I had a whole team of staff. The girl would only work 6 or 7 hours a day online.
So how did it end?
Bro, the story's just begun.
Oh,
you want me to tell you? I can shut up if you want.
Wait, you could have double dipped and started a coaching to coach these guys too, right?
I could have, but fuck, I'll give it all for free because I'm rich already. But so the girl would be online for 6 or 7 hours, but then when she logged off, was sleeping or whatever, on her WhatsApp, I'd have staff.
So what did he do? He built and contributed to the culture that he now tries to warn men away from, while also being very proud of his achievements. Is that kind of what we're looking at here? I don't know.
It might as well be friggin' Pee-wee's Playhouse. Might as well call it Pee-wee's Playhouse. Are you kidding me?
Staff. She was online 24 hours a day. Her WhatsApp, her this. She was famoosing when she was asleep. We were bringing in money from the fucking sky. We were promising all these meetings, all these pictures outside of embassies, all this shit. Eventually, the girl, what she would do is she'd say, oh, I don't want to go embassy. She'd give a really lame excuse to try and provoke the man to get angry. So she'd say, the embassy want me to come back, but I have a headache. That was the one we'd use. He'd be like, I just sent you $1 million. You promised you were going to come. You said you had to delay. Now you're saying you have a fucking headache and you won't go to your appointment, to make him mad on purpose, because that would annoy any man. And then that's what we needed. We needed a little trigger. We go, why are you being aggressive? I'm not being aggressive, but you're not serious. Da, da, da. And then we'd say,
yeah, this is really just, this is like disgusting. This is disgusting to do this to people. Then you're going to gaslight them and then be like, why are you getting aggressive? What the fuck is your problem? Then the pimps would have to step in. The boys have to step in and be like, yo, bro, you better calm down.
But you know what? I really like you, and I'm flying to the other side of the world by myself, and now you're being aggressive, and now I'm intimidated. And we'd flip it on them, saying, well, now you're being scary. No, I'm not being scary, but you know, it's your appointment. You're supposed to go, yeah, but I feel sick, and you don't even care. Female bullshit. And flip it on him. Flip it on him. And he'd get fucking furious because
I like that this dude, hold on, this guy right here, not into it. He's like, no, this is fucked. This is really fucking weird. This is a really fucked up thing to do. Hagbert says, so to have $1 million and you're sending it to some anon cam skank? Doubt. Yeah, I don't think it probably wasn't millions, but it probably was tens of thousands. I mean, how many stories have you heard of guys like losing everything because of these like European cam girls? There was a dude, there's actually like a famous case. It was like from a few years ago. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the channel Jim Can't Swim, but he did a breakdown of this guy's interrogation video. A dude had got like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars into the red talking to one of these cam girls, sending her money, trying to get her to come over. You know, she was going to be his wife. He totally bought into it. And he was a weird guy. He was a weird, lonely dude, addicted to pornography, addicted to cam girls. He ends up killing his brother and his parents over the money dispute because they had been giving him money. They give him like a ton of money. Like I think his parents took out like a second mortgage on their house because they thought he needed it. They thought it was for something substantial. And they find out that he's just sending it to fucking some cam girl. And they lost and they got mad. And they were going to like kick him out of the house apparently because he had been like in and out of the house and was having a hard time getting his shit together and keeping a job, etc. And that guy ended up killing his family. You know what I mean? Prophet says, Boogai! Brissinger says, yeah, bro, the scam is real in the female gender. It's not, but see what we're finding out. It's not just like predatory females. They also have somebody like Andrew Tate, a manager or something, feeding them the lines, giving them the methodology to do this to a person. It's really fucked. Trumpzilla says, hang on, they're placing the oxygen destroyer? Crunk says, why do I keep coming here? I don't know, man. You never know.
Fucking furious because we were really good at
playing
fucking
both sides.
Poking him to the point where you go like, you're a fucking scammer, you fucking scam me. You're really mad. I can't believe you think I was a scammer. I was gonna come. I went to the embassy. You're a fucking liar. Every man in my life has only lied to me. I thought you were different. Big beef, big argument.
Yeah.
Big argument. But here's the thing. The guy would get pissed off, right? And leave, stop tipping her, stop coming to her. But for these men, that's the only chick in the world, the only hot chick in the world who talks to him. Maybe it takes a week, maybe it takes 2 weeks, maybe it takes 3 weeks. He's in bed at night, alone, jerking off, looking at her old videos and pictures, watching her stream again from another account so she can't see it's him, sitting there going, maybe she was going to come. Maybe I just got too mad when she had a headache. Maybe I should have been a little bit more patient and she would have been my girlfriend. And 100% of the time, in less than 3 months, with an apology, a brand new pile of money, and the cycle would repeat. We fucking killed the game. Millions of dollars a week. And it was not just because I had beautiful girls. It's not because webcam is easy. It's because I am a genius. And I put together an apparatus of genius behind the avatar of beauty. And we fucking conquered the internet.
They conquered the internet. They did it. So let me see here. I joined Andrew Tate's $5,000 cult. That might be interesting. Looking for this. Oh, yeah. Apparently, Twitter is all fucked up with the YouTube links. All right. Copy link address. Let's go.
Imagine if I told you.
All right. So this is somebody that joined, I guess, more like his more modern stuff. I joined Andrew Tate's War Room, the secret mastermind that costs $5,000. So this is what he grew into. This is what he evolved into. Like he came up doing the cam girl stuff and then became like kind of a guru guy. He wanted to like help young men get the most out of life. Kato says, Grand Amato murdered his family for a webcam model he never met. I think that's the person. Yes. Crunk says, I rubbed that zest on my body to cover up the horse smell. Brissinger says, he's bragging, guys. Hubris. Well, of course. That's part of the game. That's part of the grift for people like that. You can't be, you can't be soft. You got to be confident. That's key to people just believing you, believing your bullshit. All right, let's see what happened.
Told you that for just $5,000, you could join a secret society as powerful as the Illuminati. Well, apparently, that's what Andrew Tate's program, The War Room, is all about.
So the War Room is kind of like the Illuminati, but cooler. I started the War Room to attract a conglomerate of superheroes. It's kind of like Avengers. We have over 2,000 members, over 600 millionaires. But you can get kicked at any moment without a refund.
Over 600 millionaires. Oh boy, if you're a millionaire and you're still looking for advice in this kind of way, man, you got some serious fucking problems. You must be bringing some real Shrek energy. Some real Shrek energy. Bruce Singer says, I'm not mad at this guy. I'm mad at his parents. I mean, like, to say, like, all this stuff is not, I mean, well, is it illegal? It's a form of fraud. If you're out there just admitting that you are there to provide a service that you have no intention of making good on, but at the same time, it's probably not illegal because this is like extra. It's like an extra thing. It's like, oh no, we're in a relationship and you're just sending me money. It's not illegal to just send somebody fucking money. Trumpzilla says people buy into Tony Robbins. They do. At least Tony Robbins, though, is trying to like have some sort of positive impact in the sense that he's like trying to get you to address your actual problems, your actual bullshit. I'm not a fan of Tony Robbins, but I do see that there's a little bit more utility in what he does than a lot of people like Andrew Tate, who just keep people in this cycle, this weird cycle. And then there comes this thing that's about like this entitlement that people have to stuff that I find very unhealthy, in my opinion. Hagbert says, Tony Robbins was in Shallow Hal, but Tony Robbins was in Shallow Hal. Well, then he's right then. If you want my opinion, then he's right.
And today I'm going to be spending my life savings to go behind the scenes and uncover the secret world that Andrew has created to see if it lives up to the hype. Let's do it. I'm here right now on Cobra Tate's website. They got this crazy video, bro, shooting guns, popping bottles, doing all different type of stuff. As you can see, this is the greatest global network which exists on planet Earth. Notice how they blur everybody's face inside of the war room. Like, I'm genuinely curious who is inside of here. By the end of the day, once we get inside, I want to try to meet.
Yeah, no shit. You're curious about who it is? Yeah, no shit. You've been got, buddy.
Up with somebody in my city and actually interview them because I'm curious what type of people are inside of this thing. Yeah, let's buy it. All right, so it looks like you can't actually buy it directly. I have to actually speak to them to buy it. So I want to buy the war room. I feel like they do this to make it feel all super exclusive. You must be interviewed to get inside. All right, I just got.
Actually, this is no different than when Jack Murphy. Remember Jack Murphy or Jack Goldman, whatever his name is. He has the liminal order, very similar type things. Oh no, sorry, like applications are closed for now. You got to get in this window. Hey, and if you get in this window, you can get like 20% off. It's a little bit cheaper, but we got too many people to manage. So listen, just try to get on that email list. We'll contact you. It's kind of the same strategy.
Got a message back from Morpheus himself, Mr. Red Pill. Sir, I am as serious as ever. And then he says crypto is the only available payment option. It's kind of annoying, but I guess I'll pay them with some Ethereum. I'm really sending money to a trillionaire right now. That's crazy. Hopefully it's worth it, man. I'm hoping it's worth it.
Well, let's see if it wasn't worth it. How many views? If this is over 1 million views, he definitely made his money back. I can tell you that much. He probably made a cool 30 grand off this video at bare minimum.
And almost instantly, things took a turn for the worst. We're off to a tremendous start already. After I sent the money to them through Coinbase, I immediately got a call from the support team saying that my wallet is now locked for the next 2 months because the wallet I just sent money to is a blacklisted wallet on the blockchain. That probably would have been good to know before I sent the money. So now the majority of my crypto is frozen and I got to figure out another way to get them the money. I don't dislike Andrew. I kind of like the guy and I did.
I'm just saying, maybe they did you a favor because now you can't sell when it bottoms out. You'll be forced to just ride that pain.
Didn't want to dislike the war room either, but so far this has not been a good experience. Then I spent
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
Just saying.
Another $5,000 to send them money through a different platform, and I was finally able to access the war room. Kind of. After 24 hours, I finally heard back from them with some interesting news. Even though I already paid, now they're telling me to get inside, I have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. I'm not gonna lie, this makes me a little scared to keep doing this video, but let's check it out. That's crazy. I don't think I'm allowed to share this document with you guys, so I'm definitely not going to do that. But basically, they're saying if I reveal anything that's inside of the war room, I'm liable for millions of dollars in damages.
So how are you going to make a video? How are you going to get in without signing the document, pal? Well, you're going to have to talk around quite a bit. It's almost like defeats the purpose of what you're doing. You could just end it here.
No joke. It's kind of scary, and it makes you wonder what they're possibly trying to hide inside of there. I mean, I'm not saying that there's anything bad, but that is such a crazy amount to threaten people with. But I already paid, so there's no turning back now. Let's sign this document. I signed the contract and almost immediately was granted access to the war room. I joined excited to see what's inside and hopefully expand my network with some high-level people. So I spent a couple days in there going through as much as I can to see exactly what it was all about. And after spending 2 days in there, my suit collection has literally doubled and I don't even have any regular clothes anymore. Nah, but on a more serious note, my experience inside the war room so far has been extremely underwhelming. And of course, to back up.
Yeah, because it's just like a fucking message board of guys like showing each other like how cool they are. I assume that's what most of these things are. And then also, like, oftentimes there'll be kind of traps because there'll be people inside these message boards that have their own like kind of courses, their own masculinity courses, etc. And they'll try to sell you on them, like, hey man, since we're part of the liminal order, I'll give you like the family deal. Yeah, dude, it's only like $1,200 instead of $2,500. You know, I'm really doing you a favor. Listen, I've been reading your messages. I think that you could really benefit from this. And there's lots of people like, well, we're in the liminal order together. We're in the war room together. Well, I mean, shit, dude, this guy obviously is probably looking out for me. Fuck. Crunk says, sign the NDAs, these nuts. Prophet says, the guy from Rafa's camp hasn't gotten back to me. Definitely signed an NDA. Now I'm going to go DEFCON 3 on Rafa. So, yeah, we were trying to get, or Prophet was trying to get somebody that had done Rafa's The Crucible to go to talk to, just to see what it was like, maybe just get some insight into what it was like to go to one, what do people get out of it, why do they do it, etc. But he has not gotten back to us. So that's probably not going to happen. So I guess now the door is open to just talk about Rafa. Brissinger says, this is so fucked. Fuck crypto. Oh my fucking God. I think my favorite band almost started something like this. Hopefully they stop soon. Not if there's money to be made.
Hell no. To the no, no, no. Hell to the no.
My points, I want to show you guys exactly what's inside of the war room. But to avoid a multi-million-dollar lawsuit and protect myself from going bankrupt, I had to get creative. Instead of actually showing you guys the war room, I figured we can go inside together and take a tour.
Oh my God, what's going on, Morty?
Welcome, dumb virgin.
I love this awful fucking Cal Arts art style that is so prominent these days.
To the war room.
Upon entering, you are welcomed by the first priest, who grants you access to the rooms and some required reading by Tate and his team. The rooms are basically just a bunch of different group chats. Inside, there are a variety of rooms about various subjects, such as making money.
If you don't have money, just make more money.
Growing your social media, meeting up IR.
I do like that. That's pretty funny. If you don't have money, just make more money. There's an old Kids in the Hall sketch that's called Money Momentum. It's like guys that are giving like a seminar and they just throw dollar signs and money amounts on like on a whiteboard, and they just keep adding zeros, and they're like, wouldn't you like that? That's called money momentum. See, we started off with $10 and now we got 10 million.
IRL, and of course, women.
And that is why it's better to have 6 girlfriends than one.
That is talking about language.
It's an elite circle of alpha males pushing each other to be better and growing alongside each other. And on paper, this sounds amazing, but after spending a couple days in this community, ultimately, I was disappointed. And the main reason for this was the actual quality of the conversations in these chat rooms. I was expecting to see some truly high-level conversation from an elite group of men.
What kind of full-grown adult deliberately eats sushi? God, this man is brilliant.
It didn't feel like
Actually, you know, it's funny. It was Jordan Peterson's daughter met Andrew Tate, and right after she met Andrew Tate, she started her own kind of private club, much like the War Room. It was called the Lion's Diet, I think it was called, or the Lion's Den. It was about like her all meat eating diet and of the benefits of it and strategies. And you could sign up for like $500 to $1,000 a year or something like that. And you could have access basically to a chat that she would occasionally be in, I suppose. That kind of faded into the background. She doesn't talk about it anymore, but it was a thing for a little while. She definitely tried to get in on this trend of doing this. Same thing with Jack Murphy. Like I said before, it's the same kind of thing. What we got here? Brissinger says this guy is a plant. It's possible. Hagbert says, I want to know what the required reading list is. Prof says, speaking of crypto, any of you boys want to buy a Trump NFT for the low cost of $300? It's an investment. Brissinger says, yo, and this shit happens everywhere. Rich boys buy in for no fucking reason and render it ridiculous. Eventually it will happen to you, Zubox. Oh, don't worry. We're going to be starting the Order of ZB very shortly. I'll let you guys in at the very, early founders of the founders price of $7,000. Brissinger says a bunch of rich chads will buy everything you have and you won't know what to do. Well, it's like, I agree with you because it ends up just being people that already have like a lot of money that end up in these things and they don't really have any practical strategies for somebody coming up. But you'd probably be surprised. That's probably like 30-40% of the people in there are people that money means something. Like it is actually like a big financial risk for them to put their money into something like this because they're just desperate. That's what you find so often, right? People are just desperate and people don't want to do the work. People don't want to do the work of their own life and build up their own brand or work at a company and get there. They want it now. They want it immediately. This is meant to like kind of appeal to your lizard brain. Well, I can just have it now. I don't have to do anything to get it. Come on. Oh, yeah, that's going to be awesome. Prof says, Shaun teaching a 7-point course on how to make it all, boys. Yeah. And then we're going to have Big Paul and we're going to have him teach a course in making YouTube shorts. That's going to cost an extra $5,000 though. Big Paul says Andrew Tate is a psyop. I tend to agree. I think there's something else going on with Andrew Tate. Brissinger says probably. I've decided everything is a psyop. That's a good place to start from Brissinger. Everything is a psyop until it's proven otherwise.
I was talking with elites. It felt more like the Tate fan club. And since it's all spread out across over 20 different rooms, it lacks structure and there's no clear path to follow as a member, which sort of left me confused. From the website and the videos on the homepage, I expected something different. I don't know, maybe it's just me, maybe I'm crazy. So I reached out to a couple of the War Room members here in Miami and I found one that's willing to do an interview with me to share how he feels about his experience in the War Room. And I'm about to be late, so we gotta go.
We gotta go.
So, how long have you been in the War Room?
Been in the War Room now for about 4 to 5 months.
Why did you join? What made you want to get inside of there?
I was just scrolling TikTok a lot, and on my For You page, I just seen the classic Tate videos always popping up, and I started to like what this guy was saying, so I fell into it. I liked some videos, and just with the algorithm, more and more videos started to appear on my For You page.
I wish I had the disposable income where I could be like, yeah, I was just going TikTok and I was watching these TikTok videos and I thought this guy was cool, so I gave him $5,000.
I found out he had a private network, and I looked into the War Room, and I ended up joining.
Do you feel like the program lived up to the expectations that you had for it?
This is just like a part where I just want to like think about these answers here.
No problem.
Yeah, so maybe run it again. Yeah, I would say it has lived up to the expectations. I was expecting to get access to, I'm trying to think how to word it, high-level people, because just the average common Joe isn't going to pay $5,000 to join a group chat.
So they're trying to do the thing that, guys that go to like Ivy League colleges, they get the benefit from. It's not really the education. It's who you meet. It's who you make friends with. It's whose families are involved with the school, etc., and the people that you go to school with. Like that's the benefit of going to a school like that. So he's trying to, hey, if I can pay $5,000 and I can be around all these high status people. Like if you're a high status successful person, are you going to be in the War Room? Why would you need it? What the fuck would you need it for? For anything, for any reason, why would you need it? I don't know. Maybe you're fucking bored, I guess. I don't know. You want to talk to other guys that think like you, because there's, obviously an ideological bent to all this. Kato says everything feels like a scam. Crunk says to Kato, everything is a scam. It just depends on the threshold. Fair enough. Hagbert says this guy looks like a young Chuck Mosley.
What percentage of people do you feel like inside of the war room are actually these high value, high level people that is advertised?
I would say about 25%.
Isn't it kind of ironic though that you pay to join this elite circle and the majority of people that are inside of it are still beginners themselves and a lot of them are still just getting started on their journey?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from, but what I recommend to you is just to probably be more involved within it, and you could probably find one person which will make joining well worth it. I don't know. I would say it was worth the $5,000 I paid.
So the last question for the people that are watching this video.
He's like, listen, how do I pimp out girls? I know he knows about that. He could tell you how to do that, maybe.
Would you actually recommend for them to get inside of the war room?
If $5,000 is all you have, I wouldn't recommend joining with that money. I would recommend doing something else with that. But if you just have $5,000 laying around, then yeah, I would recommend joining.
All right, man. Thank you very much.
No problem, bro. I'll see you in the chat. He says, Crunk says, I watched that damn movie, Megan. The best moment they took my favorite statement and made a scene out of it. Skull fuck him with a screwdriver. Megan has its moments. It has its moments. That PG-13 rating really held it back. It has its moments. Everything's kind of underdeveloped and undercooked, like all of the kind of the subtext of the movie about being like a modern parent and what that entails, and Instagram culture and TikTok culture and stuff. But for what it was, for as a 90-minute distraction, it has its moments. I would say the last 20 minutes of the movie are actually pretty excellent.
That was interesting. I still feel exactly how I felt about it when I first joined, but maybe there's more for me to see.
All right, well, maybe you should go back into the chat and just see if you find anything valuable, because I think you probably could based on what this guy said.
I don't think I have any other option at this point. And maybe I could talk to Tate. I was starting to lose hope, so I took his advice and dove deeper into the war room. And I actually found an option to pay to book a call directly with Tate himself. I'm about to have a one-on-one call with Andrew in 2 minutes. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little nervous right now. Come on. He just says, please wait. Well, I've been waiting for about 10 minutes. I just texted him.
Well, yeah, because you're a bitch. You're bitch made. You're like his whore. He's gonna keep you waiting. You think Andrew's gonna show up on time? Absolutely not. Look at that face. He knows. Bitch made. Bitch made. Crunk says it didn't need to go further, Shaun. A lot of good movies leave the end up to the viewer's imagination. They did that well. No, I don't mean like the ending of specifically giving me an answer. I'm talking about the ideas that the movie puts forth about the nature of being a parent and motherhood. I just thought that stuff was underdeveloped. But like I said, I think the movie overall is okay. It's a fun movie. It's a fun time. Kato says, I wanted to drop it in some comments in some normie places. Oh, he's talking about the glacier gliding.
So what if we start playing the Top G song? Do you think he'll magically appear on your phone?
I think it's a great idea. The opposite happened. The call disappeared off the fucking screen. I paid $5,000 to join this program. I paid $3,000 to get on the phone with bro. I just have not been having the best experiences so far with this guy and his products. But so I basically reached out to their team and
yeah, you just got fucking catfish, buddy. You thought you were going to talk to Andrew Tate, and he was like, sorry, bitch. Thanks for the $500. Look at the fine print of what you agreed to. Crunk says, I'm referring to all the underdeveloped possible storylines. There were a lot in it. Everyone that watches it will focus on different things. That's fair enough. And that's fair enough, especially if you think about the fact that it is now definitely becoming a franchise, and they're going to explore some of these other ideas possibly in other movies. But, for what it was, I enjoyed it for what it was. Brissinger says, yeah, brah, you useless American.
And they told me that he couldn't make the call today because he was busy. So the only available time he has for a call tomorrow is 5:30 in the morning.
Well, based on how much of this video is left, I don't think he shows up. Unless This guy is a true Chad, a true entrepreneur, and he's like, check out the next part. Check out this next video where I talk to Andrew Tate.
It's time. If I woke up at 5 in the morning for this call that I paid $3,000 for, and this man does not answer the phone. In about 30 seconds, the screen is going to disappear, and I think my call with Andrew is dead. Yeah. Well, I joined the war room, and as you can see, my experience has not been the greatest. So ultimately, was it worth it? Not really. I'm going back to bed.
White chicks, big butts. Yo, yo, yo. What a cool guy. All right, let's go back to this thread here. So let's look at some other random clips of Andrew Tate. So in Andrew Tate's courses on how to set up a webcam business, he says he lies about taxes. Interesting. I don't know why you would do that. Seems kind of stupid.
Next.
Oh, so these are some of the courses. So these are the things, I guess, if you're in the war room, are these the things that you're paying for? These seminars, these courses. It's like him without a microphone, completely unproduced. No good lighting. It's just him talking to you. Brissinger says it sucks how long it takes guys to lose interest in women. Well, especially when you're being catfished. People are desperate, man. People are desperate for connection too, especially nowadays. I mean, what the fuck's going on with 4chan incel culture? They're all becoming trans so they can have sex. The sissy hypnosis is real.
Tax. Going back to tax quickly, we talk about the fault audit thing. Tax is also another important element for controlling your woman. You're not going to pay anybody tax because you're getting paid in Bitcoin. So you don't need to pay tax to anybody. But you need to tell your girl that you're paying the tax. Because girls are lazy, and girls are stupid, and girls don't understand how taxes work.
Oh my God.
The girl's working with you, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, we've made this much money, but I'm going to pay the tax to make sure we don't get in trouble. She'll sit there and go, okay. Now that allows you to do two things. One, it's another control element. If I work with him, my tax is not a problem. If I do it alone, I have to deal with taxes. Taxes are complicated. So control element. Secondly, it allows you to pay her a small.
This motherfucker's telling people. He's telling people, listen, guys, you can make money tax-free. Cryptos, they're not going to come. They can't get your crypto. Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you fucking retarded? I mean, listen, taxation is theft. A lot of your tax money goes into nothing productive or whatever. But the notion that you can just be like, oh, no, you don't have to pay it. And you're telling people that? You're telling people to start businesses and do things with crypto to avoid taxes? Holy shit. That does not seem like a good idea. It's only a matter of time. It's already becoming officialized. They're already doing it. They started doing it 5 years ago. Kato says, I can imagine the tax liabilities when you include crypto payments could get pretty complicated. Brissinger says, yeah, pretty fucking insane. Kato says, this year they are increasing the focus on crypto. Dude, they've been planning that for 5 years. Like, they may be implementing things now, but they've been doing shit in the background, trying to control crypto, etc., for like 5 years. It's a thing that's coming. And actually, we saw it. We saw it happen with in Canada with the truckers. They were freezing people's Bitcoin wallets and crypto wallets and shit like that. Dude, listen, unfortunately, the state is going to take shit from you regardless. There's no way around it. The only way you could possibly get around it is if you're being paid in cash. And even then, a lot of times you'll get found, especially if you scale up and you're building something and your infrastructure has to change. And then you want things because you've worked hard and you buy houses and get cars. How do you think people get caught? It's fucking so retarded. This guy is a hard R retard. Kato says, I had a friend who was who was into it, and he complained about how it isn't seen as currency, but an asset, something like that. Brissinger says, the state governs your internet, numbnuts. They know everything.
Smaller percentage. So I used to pay my girls 30%. So for every $10,000 they made.
So he would take 50 Actually, he takes 70, gives them 30. So before, when we were listening to his other podcast, he says there's a 50-50 split. But really, he's revealing, no, I gave them 30%. I told them 20% was taxed. But that's not the case. He wasn't paying his taxes on the crypto. So he's just taking 70%. What a fucking grifter. Jesus Christ.
I'd give them 3 and I'd keep 7. They thought they were on 50%. And I said that the disparity is because of taxes. So you're on 50%, but we had to pay the tax first, and then it's 50-50. If they say, why is it 50-50? Because I'm the one on camera. You say, because I'm the one typing. I'm the one with the property you're working in. I'm the one paying the bills, the electricity. I'm the one who's, and the electricity and every other maintenance cost of this.
So all these practical things that he's mentioning, all those things are valid. Even if you don't like what he's doing, but to have a 50-50 split with a person, if you're providing everything but the person, all the infrastructure, then you're owed a lot. You're taking the most risk financially. So that's fine. It's like the whole thing is sleazy and gross, but business wise, I would say that's okay. But what he's doing here is really disgusting. It's really fucked. That's really fucked up.
This property, I'm the one who bought the equipment. I'm the one who knows what he's doing. I'm the one with the knowledge. I'm the da-da-da-da-da-da. Shut the fuck up. Go on.
I mean, if you were such a Chad, couldn't you just say, no, you're getting 30% and I get 70, and it's for all of these reasons he just stated? Why does he have to lie to them? For what reason? I think most of the girls would have done it for 30%, not knowing that they weren't getting 50-50.
And they should be pretty happy with that if they respect you as a person overall. So really, you're paying 30. You tell them you're paying 50. Difference is in the tax. That's where the disparity lies. Taxes. If they don't believe you or they want to get fresh or whatever, print out some tax forms. I used to do this all the time. I used to print out some random tax forms and say, yeah, sign here and sign this. What is it? It's for the tax. You want to pay the tax or not? Okay. And they just sign away. I don't know what fucking signing. I'll throw them away afterwards. But they think something's happening. Something real's happening. Nothing's happening. It's like me getting rich, bitch.
Oh, I wonder why he got arrested. Yeah, I'm sure it's the Matrix.
Next.
Guys, it's the Matrix attacking him. So let's see what he says. Andrew Tate explains in this webcam pimping course that he has to fuck all of his employees as a means of controlling them. All right, well, let's see. This is a little bit of a longer clip. Let's check it out. Should maybe be enlightening. Kata says the girls should have said that they were going downtown to talk to Mitch and Murray. Hey now.
The business.
Oh shit. No. Thank you.
Difficult to manage. It's never going to be easy for you as a one man to have all these women working for you because you have to fuck the girls. This is
just pimp. This is, if you watch any pimp interviews or if you look into Iceberg Slim and his methods, etc., this is exactly what they talk about. They talk about all this shit. You have to fuck the girls because they have to love you. They have to care about you. You have to be in some sort of polycule, basically. Hagbard says steak knives.
A fucking super important. You're probably sitting there with a smile on your face right now. Look at you fuckers. You're all like, yes. You have to fuck the girls. You cannot sit and do a purely professional business relationship with a female. It doesn't work. One more thing. If you think that this video is a bit disjointed, whatever, and you might have to watch it 5 or 6 times, do it. But all the knowledge is in here. So I'm not going to sit and try and work out modules and that crap.
Yeah, he's like, you guys are only paying thousands of dollars. Why would I do any work? Why would I build like a timeline or an outline? Why would I build a structure to this conversation? No, dude, I'm just kind of freewheeling. I'm just free balling, bro. I'm just getting out. It's all good info, though. Dave Hodges should look into this. All good info. All good info. Prabhu says, Shaun, if you don't fuck the girls, how will they know who drives the Bugatti?
I talk as it comes. So if you have to watch it 10 times, watch it 10 times. I know what I'm fucking talking about. You have to fuck the.
Hold on. I got a clip here of actually one of these cam girl sessions. This is exclusive. There you go. That's what you're paying top dollar for.
Girls. You cannot do a business relationship with a female, and I'll tell you why. Women have sex with somebody. If they're not fucking you, they're fucking somebody else. Now, a woman's always going to be the most loyal to the guy she's fucking, as opposed to anyone else for any other reason.
I don't know. Have you ever met a whore? I think there's plenty of dudes that would disagree with you, Andrew.
If you have a girl work for you and you say, look, we're going to be business partners, we're going to make money. Here's your cut. Here's my cut. We're going to work together. Blah, 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 blah. Here's a fucking, I've had dudes, I've known loads of guys who've like tried to do a contract with a girl, tried to sit there and talk common sense to a girl. When's the last time talking common sense to a girl has ever worked? Ever. If you're not fucking the girl, she is fucking someone else. And that other person.
Yeah, see, if you're not fucking the girl, the only other option is to beat them up. You have to instill some sort of feeling, some sort of emotion that's connected to you. So that can either be a good emotion, as in like, oh, they love me, or it could be fear. This is just basic pimp shit. Basic bitch pimp shit. And they're trying to like normalize this stuff out in the broader culture. And this goes back to what we were talking about when we watched all those OnlyFans managers and all their strategies and the scripts they would run on girls to try to and basically trick girls into coming down to meet them somewhere and then get them into pornography. Such good stuff. Such great guys. Such great dudes. I'm glad these are top of the manosphere. Everybody's out there defending this guy, being like, oh, no, dude, the Matrix came for him. He was speaking too much truth. Too much truth. Kato says, it turns out Tate is a virgin. Brissinger says, laugh my ass off. I can see that. Crunk says, Master Clinton, Tate, Chad. Crunk says, I did not have sexual relations with that women's. That women's? You mean?
Let's just say I'm a special girl.
What are you, retarded?
She's fucking is going to have the control over her mind as opposed to you. And if he controls her mind and you don't control her mind, once she starts to pick it up a bit after a few weeks, a few months, whatever, and realizes how to make money on her own, is she going to stay and keep paying you? Or is she going to run off and pay her boyfriend, or them two are going to go traveling in Southeast?
Like, their entire worldview is built off of women that they meet at clubs. Like club rats. Their entire worldview is built from that. And they want to teach men to treat all women as if they're those things, as if they have those attitudes. It's not like we don't have enough problem in culture and society with, like, you know, fatherlessness and all these other problems that come with like doing this kind of shit. And then on the other side of it, he's like, yeah, man, men got it tough. Men got it hard. You know, like you got to like make something of yourself, build something up. Like the guy is just a classic grifter. And he just moved the goalpost to wherever it required him so he could extract money from you, extract money from men. He's not extracting money from women. He's extracting money from men. Desperate, vulnerable, probably weird men that already have enough fucking problems. Brissinger says, well, you know, people who aren't having regular animalistic brutal sex are pretty fucking gullible. Drumzilla says, Bill, your son is on the phone. Hunter, your daughter is on the phone.
Asia, and she's going to work as she goes, or she's going to go to her boyfriend and say, look, fuck it, you type for me. She's going to run off. She's going to leave. There's no way. I did it.
So if you're just her boyfriend and she's a cam girl, she's going to make you do all the work, you know, because they're, you know, this is how women are. They're very manipulative. You're going to get used to that money, and it's going to be you with your dick in your hand, jerking off, talking to other dudes. Oh my God. What do you have to say about it, girls? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Brissinger says, this is why I hate his parents.
This business for a long time. There's no such thing as having girls who work for you who you've not fucked. It's impossible. You have to fuck them and they have to love you. It's essential to the business, because otherwise women have no loyalty. If you sit and say to a man, look, I'm going to show you how to make unlimited money on your computer from home.
Well, his father is ex-intelligence, isn't it? His parents live in a box on Sunset Boulevard, Trumzilla says. I know his father was in some ways connected to the intelligence community. Prof says, imagine giving Andrew Tate $25K and you still get the laughing girl's reaction at a party. Oh my God. It's rough out there. It's rough out there, okay? It's rough out there for a chump. Chump life.
And we're going to do it together. And after a few months, he can do it on his own. He'll still sit there and go, yeah, but we started this together, so let's just stick at it together. He's showed me how. Without him, I wouldn't have any of this, so I'll give him his cut. Women don't think that way. Women don't have any loyalty like that. They'll think, oh, fuck him. I can do it without him. Now fuck him. And they'll run off. Women are snakes. They have to be in love with you, which means you have to have sex with them.
So if you want to be like Andrew Tate, you got to kind of come in the room like this. You think girls aren't giving that guy his cut? I don't think so.
So this is why your bottom bitch is so important, because your bottom bitch is going to be there from the beginning. And if you ever want to grow the business, you have to be having sex with other women. And your bottom bitch has to understand that. So the dynamic you pull.
Like this is supposed to be some sort of revelatory thing. Like you could go on YouTube and just listen to interviews with pimps. You get the same knowledge. But I guess it's because of the perception. Like, you know, Andrew Tate presents himself as this cool, calculated, successful entrepreneur. And pimps dress like pimps, talk like pimps, fucking carrying around golden chalices and all sorts of other nonsense. And that's off-putting to the average person. So this is a way to launder these same ideas to normal people. And be like, well, that, you know, it makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. This guy seems like he's got it figured out. So yeah.
There with your number one girl, your bottom bitch, your first girl is after you've been working a few weeks or whatever, after things are going well, you'd say to her, you know what? Me and you can get even richer. And she'll say, how? And you'll say, if me and you got some other girls, me and you, not me. If me and you got some other girls to work, then we'd have even more money. And also what we could do is I could give you a percentage of their money. So you could teach them and train them to be like you, and I can give you a cut of their money as well. So you have more money as well. And we can buy a house, we can buy a car, we can invest in crypto, whatever. Sell them a dream. Sell them some dream. And we'll buy this big property in fucking the Bahamas. And she'll go, oh yeah, but where are we going to find girls from? Say, well, I'm going to find the girl and I'm going to bring her to you.
Yeah, I'm going to find the girl and then you're going to gaslight them and then you're going to talk to them.
And you can tell her how good it is to work for me and how great it is to do this webcamming thing and how smart we are with this typing system that no one else uses. It's actually true that no one else really uses a typing system. The system I've taught you is some top secret shit.
Top secret shit. Let me show you something. That face when you just spent $5,000 to join Andrew Tate's war room. That's what happens. Trumpzilla says, sell that dream, pick a religion. All right, what else we got here? This is a pretty thorough thread. Okay, so we got more. We got another clip here. Andrew Tate confesses on camera that he goes out on dates solely for the purpose of recruiting women to be cam girls. Yeah, sounds like just your run-of-the-mill pimp. I mean, what's the fucking difference? What's the difference here, guys?
You cannot get a girl to work for you you haven't fucked. So the recruitment process is the same as the PhD course. You message them on Instagram. The PhD course is my recruitment system. I don't mention webcam until after I've had sex with the girl. If you're on dates and you're trying to mention it and shit, it just doesn't work. It puts them off. I'd never do that. That's disgusting. I'm not a whore. It's just not gonna work. You continue as normal. No.
Prophet dropped a link here. Is this the Hassan thing? I think I have seen this, if I'm not mistaken. Oh yeah, it is. Okay. We will watch that. We're going to watch that next. As soon as we watch it, we're going to get through the clips of this seminar. And then we're definitely going to watch that. Because that is one of the things I have seen of Andrew Tate. And he gets demolished by Hassan Piker. Of all fucking people. So if you watch it beforehand, just know this. We are watching it again.
Mention of webcam. You fuck the girl. After you fuck the girl, you do the PhD test.
If she passes the PhD test and she wants to be with you, then you start mentioning things like, yeah, but you know, you're always busy. You're always at work. You can come work for me. So, as I said, you cannot try and approach girls to do webcam. Hi, do you want to do webcam? It's bullshit. It doesn't work. No one's going to say yes. And any girl who does say yes is doing it. She doesn't like you. She doesn't know you. She doesn't love you. She's saying yes purely for money. Any girl who wants money that bad is going to skank you and leave you when she realizes you get a big cut of it. So
she's going to skank you guys. She's going to skank you. Oh, how dare she? How dare she skank you?
And this is where the whole thing goes topsy-turvy.
Even if you do get a girl to say yes that way, even if you do say to a girl, look, let's make some money, she's only in it for the money. She's not in it to please you. And if she's only in it for the money, she's going to get pissed off with her cut. Because they're going to Google up how much a token's worth, how many tokens they made, and all that shit. They get pissed off with.
I thought they're too stupid to do things like that. I thought it's pretty easy to keep them in the dark, like mold, like some bacteria growing in your closet.
Their cut. Remember the tax thing. So you only have to pay them 30% instead of 50%. It's important for your profitability.
Yeah, remember that.
So you don't want a girl who's in it for money. You want a girl who's in it to be with you. So you meet a girl, you take her on dates, you fuck her, whatever. She passes the PhD test. Then you start saying things like, oh, yeah, but you're always working.
Drumzilla says, I'm going to call it an early night. Good night, all. Good night, Kato. Thanks for stopping by, brother. Drumzilla says, have to sign in. Evil. Brissinger says, that drop is fucking weird, Shaun. Well, most of them are. Most of them are weird. Drumzilla says, get maggots growing in their brains. You know how it goes. You know what? It's just, this is normal business guy stuff.
I have to do some traveling and you can't come. I want to bring you with me. Traveling is a great one because the thing about this business is mobile.
You know, you fuck a girl, and then you go up to her and you just say,
It's called hentai, and it's art.
You know, you got to do what you got to do. You got to do what you got to do. Brissinger says this is where it gets all topsy-turvy.
If you can find a good Airbnb with good internet, you can run it somewhere else. So it's a good little caveat to throw in. And you're always working. Why don't you work for me so we spend more time together? Work for you doing what? So I'll have a webcam business. Oh, I don't want to do that. So, okay, I know you don't want to do that, but listen.
Because Andrew Tate, his methodology here is to do the same things to the girls that the girls are expected to do to strangers, to men, which is to create a dependent parasocial relationship. Like I said, like you could watch any fucking interview with a pimp or whatever. Was it the White Underbelly? Is that what it's called, that channel? Where he interviews tons of pimps and stuff, and they'll just tell you exactly how it goes. And then if you were to just even go back, like I brought up Iceberg Slim, you go read Iceberg Slim's book. Same thing. He's going to tell you the same shit.
Let's have a meeting. Let's just talk about it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. Fine. But let me explain it to you properly. In fact, I'll bring one of the girls who works for me. Your bottom bitch, the new girl, you go out for fucking a nice dinner. Your bottom bitch is the one who does the selling. You don't do the selling. The girl has to hear it from a girl.
Brissinger says, Shaun, can we send you links from YouTube on Reddit to make a drop? You 100% can. Of course, yeah. Just either tag it NIGHTCAP or Hot Reacts only so I know what I'm looking at. And yeah, that's 100% a thing. And I would say that for everybody. It's a great thing to bring up, Brissinger. If you guys check out our Reddit page, r/Zoobox, yeah, feel free. Feel free to drop stuff or stuff that you maybe want to watch either myself or Prophet watch on a stream. This is a good place to put it.
Girl. And this is where your bottom bitch has to be trained. That's why I said it's so important to have a good first girl. My first girl was so good, it was easy. My girl would sit there and go, oh my God, before this I was a waitress and it was shit. And now I do this, I make so much money. And the guys all love me and they adore me. And on my birthday, they send me presents. I get so much money, blah, blah, blah. It's so much fun. And we stay at home and da, 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 da. And we're going to go to Thailand soon. We're going to be working in Thailand. And we're going to stay there for as long as we want. You should come with us. It's going to be so much fun. Da, 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 da. Martinis, martinis, martinis. Bang. Threesome. Slam them both. Your bottom bitch knows. This girl's like, okay, well, I'll try it. Put both girls on camera together the first day. So the new girl can sit there and just sit with the other girl and get drunk. Give them a bottle of vodka. Put on the fucking chatterbait. 100 tokens per shot. The guys will send loads.
Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy how basic this is. How basic pimp culture this is. It reminds me of like when I had a cousin who had we threw him a bachelor party, And we got some strippers to come in. We got some strippers to drive from Boston in a snowstorm all the way down to sleepy New Hampshire, down in Keene, New Hampshire, to some sort of seedy motel. And that's what they did. They gave these girls a bunch of booze. It was very weird. Honestly, it was a very weird thing. But they were just in the bathroom getting ready, quote unquote. They were doing blow and drinking hypnotic. Drinking hypnotic. It's all the same. It's all the same no matter where you go, no matter who you talk to. This guy is not giving any like type of advice that you couldn't just pull up on fucking YouTube at any moment.
What a bunch of freaks.
What a bunch of freaks. Brissinger says, I have some insane clips ready to go. Well, I can't wait to see them. Brissinger says, what's crazy is how normal this is becoming. Yeah. OnlyFans is kind of very pernicious. It's kind of normalizing this culture because it's making it like very accessible. It's easy. It's not seedy anymore. You know, if you were to like engage with like cam girls, that would be like a weird, shameful thing in the past, right? But now it's like, well, everybody does it and everybody has an OnlyFans. So what's the problem? That shit is really corrosive, in my opinion. And I'm not like a prude or anything, but you can just see the effects of it. You see the effects of it. I don't know if you guys recall, like, you know, when we were watching those girls on that podcast called Zero Standards, they're all OnlyFans girls. They talk about how they prostitute themselves beyond the OnlyFans, beyond the content that they make. It's like it's just a gross place to put yourself into.
The money to get the girls drunk because guys like drunk girls. Girls will sit there, get drunk, have a great time. You say it's your new job now. You don't go to work ever again. That's how you recruit girls. Do not recruit girls any other way.
Do not recruit girls any other way. All right. Before we get to the Hassan clip, you probably think I'm taking this out of context because then Andrew Tate clearly specifies why it's important to mislead women by having sex with them first and then bringing up recruitment into the business. Okay, this is a short one. Let's see here. Because we want to get a good sense of who he is before we watch somebody confront him, right? Brissinger says, we're becoming pagans again. Hagbard drops the link. He says, simp shitting on my source of income. Fucking autocorrect. Trumpzilla says, sorry, this pagan is unavailable. All right, let's see here. Let's see what he does.
You will fucking, at some point in your future of webcamming, go on a date with a girl who's you can tell is a complete whore. And you're going to be lazy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Trumpzilla says, sorry, this page is unavailable. My apologies.
I've done it myself, and I thought, this girl's fucking slow. And just before you even bang her, you just say, look, have you ever tried webcam? Because you're busy. You want her to work. You don't care about anything else. You have enough sex at home. It's not about sex. Now it's about money. And you get lazy in your person. And even though she's the biggest hoe in the world, she starts coming at you with some virtue bullshit. I would never do that. Hey, you're freaking horrible. You're disgusting. And then she'll run off and fuck some other guy she meets first night. These girls are that stupid that they think it's okay to go fuck.
Well, there's a difference between just fucking some dude. Like, you may think that's like a bad thing. Like, well, you just shouldn't sleep with whoever you meet or whatever. But that's a giant leap to go from like, well, they're going to fuck this other dude in the privacy of their own hotel or apartment to going on a cam and getting drunk and showing your pussy. I don't know. There's a giant gap in between those two things. Being a promiscuous girl who just sleeps with dudes and also selling your body on the internet. There's a giant gap there. And he's just like, well, what's the difference, bro? What's the difference? Brissinger says, history shows again and again how nature points out the folly of men. Very true.
A guy they barely know, but it's wrong to show their tits for money because girls are that dumb. So,
but it's wrong to show their tits for money. I guess he would make the argument that, like, well, they're showing their tits for money anyways. The guy bought her dinner. Didn't he buy her a fucking dinner and some drinks? I mean, that's basically being bought anyways.
Don't do that. You have to fuck the girls first. Fuck them first. So your bottom bitch has to know you're going to be out there fucking hoes. She has to know it. So look, we're going to run this business together. We're going to grow this business together. Right now.
Yeah, but what happens if he wants to expand his business and get involved with, like, I don't know, a special girl?
Let's just say I'm a special girl.
Like, what if he wants to get involved with a chick with a dick? What if you want to expand your business and you're like, listen, we're leaving money on the table here. We're leaving money on the table. There's all sorts of guys that are into weird, kinky shit. Are you gonna fuck that chick? You gonna fuck the special girl, the chick with the dick? You gonna do that, Andrew? You gonna do that for your cause, your business? I mean, what wouldn't you give out? What wouldn't you do? Make a little cheddar. Little cheddar, boys. Brissinger says, nice little BOC reference. Laugh out loud. Trumpzilla says, or a dude with boobs. Listen, the possibilities are endless.
Now you're on camera and you're doing really good. In a year from now or 2 years from now, I don't want you on camera. I want you typing and the other girls on camera. Let her sit there. Yeah. Career, selling a dream, career progression, all the shit they do in normal jobs to keep the fucking person slaving away. Eventually you're going to be here. We're going to own this. You're going to make.
So he's just like, but become a slave for me. Just become a slave for me. Like, oh yeah, you work a job and they give you paychecks and you buy cars and houses. But like, why don't you just become a slave for me and just do what I want you to do? Like, what's the difference between you going out on dates and like showing everybody your asshole for like $50 on a fucking webcam show? Oh, Prophet says the way that he says bottom bitch is so British. What a fucking limey. Trumpzilla says Futanari party. Oh yeah, Futanari, if you guys don't know, is I think it's a hentai reference to girls and hentais that have penises that grow out of their vaginas so they can fuck other girls. Very erotic. Very, very erotic. Hagbert says in the next 5 years, this guy's gonna go full Al Qaeda and release some beheading videos. Oh, give it time. Yeah, it's only a matter of time before those come up.
Like this much. Blah, blah, blah. But the only way we can do that is if we go have all these threesomes with all these girls, because these girls have to work for us, and they're not going to work if they don't love me, because they're going to run off. So the only way me and you as a team are going to be rich people is if we go get a bunch of girls to suck my dick together. Do you agree? And if you do that right, she'll sit there and go, okay, let's do it.
Well, there you go. Let's see here. We're going to watch one more. There's another short one. Don't care about his political opinions. This man is sickening, scum of the earth. Sorry to all the women that fell for his BS and ruined their lives. This is from Heidi Brions, wife, writer, founder of Lightning. Well, I don't know if you founded Lightning. So that's a steep claim. Let's see what she was so disturbed by.
You will fucking, at some point in your future of webcamming, go on a date with a girl who's you can tell is a complete whore. And you're going to be lazy. Because I've done it myself. And I thought, this girl's fucking slow. And just before you even bang her, you just say, look, have you ever tried webcam? Because you're busy. You want her to work. You don't care about anything else. You have enough sex at home. It's not about sex. Now it's about money. And you get lazy.
This is like prison culture brought to the real world where they're just like, no, it's not about sex. It's about power. It's about power, guys. Trumpzilla says if he's vaxxed, he'll be dead. Oh, this guy's not vaxxed. What are you talking about? This is a Chad.
And even though she's the biggest hoe in the world, she starts coming at you with some virtue bullshit. I would never do that. Hey, you're freaking horrible. You're disgusting. And then she'll run off and fuck some other guy she meets first night.
All right, so we already saw this, but yeah, we already saw that. All right, so now we're going to look at one Hassan Piker, the nephew of the big brown buffalo. We like to call him, thanks to
Andrew.
Thanks to our guy, Atheism is Unstoppable, who coined the term. But let's check this out. Let's see what Hassan does. See what Hassan does. Brissinger says it's all about power, always. It is. That's how you control people. So let's see what happens here. We got Andrew Tate here, and we got some fucking random people. I don't know who the fuck these people are. No idea who they are. Some guy in a Fortnite shirt. So he's a mature adult. He's a mature adult. He's got a Fortnite t-shirt on. These guys look like they're 12 years old. Were they twins? What the fuck is even going on here? I'd love the broader context, but let's see.
Andrew, I've seen some of your work as you're doing the rounds on Twitch here. And a lot of the things that you said that you've been called out on, specifically in regards to like women driving.
Prophet says if Tate did get the vax, you know what car he took down there to get it, right? The Bugatti. Trumpzilla says, is that a sex doll? Brissinger says a fucking Fortnite shirt. Is that a sex doll? No, that's like because you gotta understand he's a big Chad. He's a fighter. That's one of his fighting dummies. He likes to kick it in the stomach. Let him know he's still alive. You know what I'm saying?
As a matter of fact, are just generally untrue. There's no empirical evidence to back up those claims, which is why you resort to anecdotes quite frequently.
Oh, so now he's debate broing him. Debate broing him a little bit. Behind the wheel, women are safer drivers than men. What I don't know if that's true or not. But compared with women, male drivers of cars and vans had twice the rate of fatal accidents per mile driven. Well, the reason for that is not because they're necessarily. See, you got to see. This is disingenuous because you got to look into the study. You have to look at who drives more. Who drives more cars more often? That's actually where you find the truth of this. You're going to find out that men drive more when you look into this study. That's what you're going to see. It's not the simple thing, this basic one-to-one binary answer. It's that men drive more frequently, for longer hours, etc. They're not talking. It's so fucking insipid. Prof says Hassan's kick training video is the saddest shit I've ever seen. He's got to get ready, buddy. He's got to get ready for Sam Hyde in the ring.
And say things like, oh, well, it's just common sense, right? But it's not technically common sense. It's just your personal opinion.
Completely. It's my
hold on. And this actually kind of proves what I was saying. Sex differences in driving and insurance risk. Men are higher than women. Yes, because men drive more. That's the only way this statistic would make any sense, is because men tend to drive more. That's it.
Not technically common sense. It's just your personal opinion.
Completely. It's my personal opinion based on my personal biases of my life experience. Now, when I say these, exactly. And when I say these things, X amount of people agree with me and X amount of people disagree with me. That's fine. And that's the same of nearly any statement in the world.
Okay,
I can say the world is round and there'll be a percentage of people who disagree with me. That's totally and utterly fine. I come on here and talk about my own personal experiences, and my experience is men are better drivers than women. I'm not saying there's no good female drivers. I'm not saying a female can't.
No. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. There is a truth, and then there is your own personal experiences backed by anecdotes, right? Or your own personal opinion backed by anecdotes from your own personal experiences. And your own personal experiences are oftentimes going to be incorrect and not close to the reality. That's why there's an entire field of statistical analysis. That's why we do empirical. That's why we rely on empirical evidence.
Now, this is the thing that annoys me about Hassan, because he will always appeal to authority. This is a debate bro thing. He does this. People like Destiny do it. Vosh does this kind of thing. And oftentimes they misrepresent or misunderstand the things that they're looking at because they don't do any hard research. They're not actually diving into the stuff. They read like a synopsis, or they read the first part of it, and they're like, oh, well, this is what it says that it says. And that's clearly what it means. They don't look into methodology. They don't look into the circumstances surrounding the studies. They don't do any of that kind of shit. It's just this blind appeal to authority to make their point. Now, that doesn't make Andrew Tate right for using anecdotes, of course. But somebody like Hassan is not an honest actor when he brings up statistics and analysis, empirical evidence. He doesn't give a fuck about empirical evidence. This guy only cares about things that support his worldview.
Evidence when we're making decisions. Why? Because we all carry a bunch of personal biases. And when we analyze situations, we do not have enough scope to grasp the entirety of the situation. We cannot comprehend it with our human brains.
Bro, listen,
which is why when it comes to women driving, it's a funny point because the truth is different. The truth is the exact opposite.
No, listen. First things first, there's lies, there's damn lies, and there's statistics. I'm sure you've heard that from Mark Twain. That's the first thing. The second thing is that you're deriving.
You can massage, you can massage numbers, but
you're deriving your truth from an internet study. That's fine. You can derive your truth from an internet study on a bunch of different things. The truth of life is the truth that you experience as an individual. That is the only truth that we all live within. You live within your truths. I live within my truths because these are the truths I've experienced as an individual. If certain things happen to you over and over and over and over and over again, but the truth on the internet says it's not true, that doesn't mean that your experiences are any less real.
So like, I love these guys, like people like Andrew Tate, have to appeal to kind of woke terminology things that they rail against all the time. They have to appeal to it to make their points. So like, doesn't mean that my truth isn't true. It's my lived experience, guys. It's my truth. Granted, like I said, though, Hassan will bring up things that he has no fucking clue whether or not they're true, whether or not they've been actually well studied or researched. He has no fucking clue. He has no fucking clue. Brissinger says, mask on, mask off does not matter. Trumpzilla says the Adderall is kicking in. And Brissinger said, Tate versus Kanye. Well, that would be a sight to see. That'd be funny. Kanye would just fucking, I don't know. I don't even know. Kanye would just freak out. You just freak the fuck out.
Come here and say the internet says X.
No,
Especially
your
after-
experiences can be real. You could be a statistical anomaly, as a matter of fact. You can be one of those people, but more often than not, more often than that.
Then I'm going to talk to you because I keep letting you talk and you're finishing your point and I'm trying to talk. So
okay, go ahead.
I'm going to. The fact that you're going on the internet, finding some study and saying that this is the truth, especially after the age of COVID and all the fucking truth we were told with that garbage, you want to sit here and say, oh, the internet said X. I'm sure the internet did. I'm talking about my personal experiences, and some people agree with me and some people do not. That is perfectly fine. Don't give a fuck if people agree with me or otherwise. People are listening to me and they're either agreeing with me or
but
they're
you're
not.
still wrong, and that's the problem.
I disagree with you.
Do you want to be right, or do you want to keep speaking into a hug box where people agree with you? And
Prove to
then,
me I'm wrong.
well, if you just completely devalue empirical evidence, actuarial sciences.
Yeah, like they bring this back up. You'd really have to dive into this because I have a feeling that you're going to find out that more men drive than women. And that's going to give you the answer why there's this disparity. I'm just saying, haven't looked at it myself, but knowing who Hassan is, that's where my lizard brain would go. Brissinger says, I wish I had Adderall. Adderall is so fucking weird. I tried it once in high school. Worst day of my life, man. You know what? I've never done Adderall. I've never done a lot of prescription drugs. Oh, wait, hold on. I may have done Adderall one time. One time. Actually, I might have done it once. I think I snorted it. So that's where I was. But yeah, he says it's legalized meth. Yeah, that's from what I understand. I've always stayed away from prescription drugs. I've never really got into that shit.
The entirety of the insurance industry that relies on making these sorts of calculations to ensure that these quotes are as profitable as possible, which ends up.
Yeah, but why do they do that? Like, what was the result? Like, where did they get, what is the data? You could say that they have done something, but you're not explaining why they did it. You're just saying like, well, men get in more accidents than women. Well, why is that? Why is that? Is he making some sort of like misandrist gendered argument against like men are just worse drivers? I don't know if it's because they're worse drivers. Like I said, it's probably because they drive more. Generally, that's how these things turn out. Hagbert says, I also believe more men are involved in fatal car accidents, but women are champs for fender benders and smaller crack ups. I would agree 100%.
Charging men higher rates.
But that could have to do with the fact that just men are on the road more. Men just drive more. Like showing insurance rates, showing a clip from a New York Times article doesn't actually prove anything. It doesn't disprove what he's saying is what I mean. That's what I mean to say. Like it's kind of disingenuous to come from it from this angle. And if Hassan like knew, he would say it. But what he did is he looked over this stuff briefly. He looked at it. He said, well, these are the rates for insurance. These are the amount of people that get into car accidents. And that's it. That's as deep as he went.
Than women is a statistical likelihood that men are more dangerous drivers than women across the board and get into more car accidents across the board. If you're going to look at all of that and say it doesn't matter because that does not correspond to my own personal experiences, then you're silly. You're being silly. You're being a silly person. If everyone thought like you did, right, we would have no scientific achievements on this planet. We would still be living inside of fucking caves. As much as I love Liver King personally, I don't think that that would be a good planet to live on. I'm pretty happy for, I don't know, all the medical achievements, all the scientific achievements that we.
So this is before the scandal with Liver King, when he was shown to be a liar. Drumzilla says it's true. More men die building bridges and skyscrapers than women. Brissinger says, I think the amount of women driving on the road has increased the amount of accidents. Well, see, you'd have to look into it. There would have to be a study to see like how many more women are driving now versus before, and then do an analysis. Trumpzilla says it's because his mom drives him everywhere. Oh my God. Good one. Sick burn.
We have reached, and at the heart of all of that, all of those accomplishments lies
5 months
an
passing.
understanding of arriving at the truth through empirical evidence.
You done?
Yeah.
Cool. In my personal experiences, all of the car crashes I've been involved in, all the times my car was hit, and all the negative experience I've had on the road, women were at fault. That is, now you can say,
I mean, like, that's the fucking stupid. It's like they're arguing different things, and Andrew Tate's like summation of like, well, all the accidents I've been in involve women. It's stupid just to even argue this. It's just dumb. And the fact that he doesn't immediately like go to the fact of like trying to deconstruct the study that is being presented to him. Well, it's not being presented to him, but deconstruct the methodology of what he's being told. That would be the smarter route. Like, interrogate Hassan. Well, what does that mean? What does this data mean? What are the numbers? What is the sample size, etc.? But Andrew Tate's too fucking stupid to do that, I guess. Maybe he will. I don't know. I can't remember all of this. Trumpzilla says, how many women drivers in that wreck in Wisconsin? I don't know, actually. Brissinger says, brah, I haven't seen that video yet, but I can imagine so. If you have a link, that'd be great.
Sit here and say the insurance claims say that. I never said the insurance claims don't say that. I'm saying that I am not comfortable with women driving because of my personal experience. Those are my personal experiences. You can drag up all the empirical evidence in the world you want to try and drag up. Anyone with a brain knows how that aids the world agendas anyway. I don't want to go too political on a stream that's going to get taken down. So I'm not saying that I can't find a female race car driver. I'm not saying that.
That's not what I'm saying either. I'm not talking about like statistical anomalies. I'm straight up talking about the overwhelming amount of evidence that suggests that women are more careful drivers than men.
Okay, so now we would have to, like, he should interrogate this. What does that mean? And where are you getting this information from? Where does this study say that women are more careful drivers? Where does it actually say that? I guarantee you it doesn't say that. It's just going to represent that the numbers are skewed. It's fucking like, this is very basic bitch stuff. And the fact that he's getting his, I was going to say his shirt taken off from Hassan, but he's already got his shirt off. The fact that he's kind of getting fucking ripped up by Hassan doesn't do him any favors. It kind of exposes that he's kind of, I don't know, kind of a dummy.
Okay. And therefore better drivers than men. You keep resorting back to your personal anecdotes. So let me walk you through this, right?
Brother,
do you agree? Do you agree that human beings have biases?
Do me a favor.
Okay. But hey, I respected your time. Do you want to answer my question? Do you believe that human beings have biases?
Oh, absolutely. We're all biased.
Okay.
Completely.
Do you think that those biases might cloud your judgment?
It's not about clouding judgment.
Not just your personal not just your own personal judgment. Do you think our biases might cloud our personal judgment?
I think every single person on earth is biased and lives within a biased
Absolutely.
reality.
That's absolutely true. If you agree with me on both of those accounts, you understand that your anecdotes, your own personal accumulation of information is going to be clouded by your own personal biases. So you're not going to be able to assess.
So is Hassan saying that he understands why people are racist? Is that what he's saying? So he should give those people a pass. Should be okay.
The information adequately in the same way that empirical evidence would. This is precisely why we look at data rather than make arguments around our. Wait, let me finish. Come on.
Yeah, but you'd actually have to look at the data, and he's like, let me finish. Come on. He keeps asking him questions and then cutting him off. And now this is not me defending Andrew Tate, because I think where he's coming from is fucking stupid. Like, to make this point and to have this conversation, you're just being dumb. And you should be flipping this around on Hassan and asking him specifics about what he's talking about. He's not going to do that. But Hassan is just like basically alpha cucking him. He's just controlling the conversation, controlling the parameters, moving the goalpost around, and Andrew Tate is just lost. He can't assert himself. Maybe he is a virgin. Bugatti.
And what you're saying,
This is precisely why we do that.
We went over the same point like 5 times here.
Everyone's saying kick you. You're long-winded the point. You're saying that the empirical evidence is saying X, so it doesn't matter what my personal experience is. That's fine. My point is, let me change it. Let's say that the empirical evidence says that a pit bull is more likely to bite you than a Dalmatian. But in your life experience, every time you went near a Dalmatian, it bit you, and a pit bull never did. Are you going to go up to a Dalmatian still completely and go, oh, it's fine, completely unbiased because the empirical evidence says X when you're covered in scars? No, you're going to say Dalmatians bite me for some reason, and I'm not comfortable around Dalmatians. That's called human nature. Okay. So I'm telling you my personal experience.
Because Dalmatians can sense the evil in you. They know it deep down inside.
And I don't care. I understand your point. Empirical evidence says X. Women in this country can do X. I completely get that. For secondly, it's also country because you're only talking about America because you're American. You don't see outside of the world. That's fine.
I'm Turkish, actually. I grew up in Turkey.
That's not the point.
Yeah, but he's not talking about Turkey. And the study that he's citing that was written about in the New York Times is not about Turkey. It's about America. So who cares if you grew up in Turkey? Who gives a shit? The guy hasn't been in Turkey since he was 17. Fuck off. When he was like living in a mansion, riding horses and playing polo and being a fat kid.
That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is I'm uncomfortable with a woman driving. And if you actually ask most women, if it gets late at night or it starts getting dark or it starts raining heavily or the parking gets difficult, they usually ask the man to drive themselves. I know many women who do that. They're not offended by my assumption. I know loads of women who go, oh, I don't want to park. You park it. Loads. There's not a bad thing about it. Who gives a shit, right? It's not even a big deal. You've come on here deciding you really want to stick up for the chicks and maybe, you know, one of them will drive over to
you. Trumpzilla wants to know, how many women drive in Turkey? Based
your house. It's cool. We've got better things.
I don't think I look. Let's be real. I don't think I need to be a male feminist to be able to attract women. Okay. However, having said that,
no, you just have to be wealthy because you're not interesting or smart. So you kind of have a similar grift to Andrew Tate about getting women. It's because they have a perception of you that you're more than you actually are. That you're more important than that you actually are, and they think that they'll find comfort in life. They'll be given things. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, what you got to say about that, Dave?
No, I got to start this off with a red alert, red alert, red alert.
Red alert, everybody.
That was a funny implication. Having said that, you are failing to recognize what I am trying to say. I walked you through these steps slowly but surely. The thing is, the Dalmatian example that you gave is great because you are creating now a hypothetical scenario in which.
Also, a shout out to Hassan's editor for editing out all the confused. They just cut to him saying what he's going to say to make him seem like he's a little smoother than he is.
You want your opponent to concede. I can do the exact same thing and say, well, in my personal experience, Dalmatians never bite, or pit bulls never bite, whichever one you thought was the more aggressive breed, right? In my personal
pit bulls are the more aggressive breed. Don't be a retard.
Experience, what if in a million times that I have bred pit bulls or been around pit bulls, not a single one of them has ever been aggressive? We will never be able to arrive at a meaningful solution or a resolution to this conversation if we're both operating on personal anecdotes and hypotheticals. That is not how you can conduct an appropriate debate.
Good. So now you're saying the thing I just said. I have my own biases, my personal experiences, and I say them. Some people disagree and some people agree, and I don't care. You now come along.
But you're still wrong, though, because I'm not operating on biases when I talk about.
Holy shit. Anyways, Trumpzilla says, I have laid a few bikes down in my time, but I've only been hit in a vehicle by a woman 3 times. 3 times, he says. Well, shit. Whose fault is that?
Now, whose fault is that?
About women driving. I'm talking about the empirical evidence. I might have personally thought women are worse at driving than men as well. But once you arrive at, once you look at the evidence and you realize that said evidence suggests something else, you're probably not going to continue believing the prior thing that you believed, right?
We went over this same point like 5 times, and I think we're just.
I know, but it's just weird because I can't I can't break through Andrew.
Hagbard comes in with the research. He says males do 62% of the driving, but only cause 58% of the accidents. So women do cause slightly more accidents per capita than men, from the NTSA. So there you go. There you go. That's kind of the point I was making. I just, it's not even coming from a sexist place or anything like that. I know as like a married man, as a father, that like when my family drives, when we drive somewhere together, I do most of the driving. I wish I wasn't that way. I fucking hate driving. Okay? But I do it. But I do most of the driving. And I just assume I extrapolated from that experience, my anecdotal experience, to suggest that that's probably true for a lot of people because I'm a normie and I live a median lifestyle.
I understand your point. You're saying that even if I thought
here.
We're losing the girl.
No, exactly. I want to talk to her. He's saying even if I thought women were worse drivers, I've seen empirical evidence, and I'm so smart that I ignore my own eyes and ears and believe what the internet tells me. That's what he's
That's not what I'm asking you to do, my friend.
I'm sure you're double vaccinated. It all makes sense to me now. You believe what you're told to believe. You don't believe your own eyes. You don't believe your own ears, and that's what you're going to sit here and talk about empirical evidence that you found on Google. Cool. If you believe everything that's on Google, that is your prerogative, my friend. And if you think that makes you sound smart in the modern world after the 3 years we've just been through, to say that I read a piece of paper that tells me to believe X, so I believe X, and I ignore my own personal experiences, and you think
I'm not asking you to ignore your own personal experiences. I'm simply
Trumpzilla says, "Where's the blonde?" Well, she had to go. She had an appointment. She's catfishing some guy. She got a cam girl appointment.
Asking you to look at the data.
So let's change the subject because you've just proven your point.
Okay, Andrew, do you believe? Well, I didn't. You didn't really prove anything, but it's cool. Do you believe the Earth is flat?
Well, I will say this: I don't think either of them proved anything because both of them are coming from faulty foundations for arguments. Andrew Tate is going pure anecdotal. Hassan is citing a study that he actually doesn't know the details of. So neither of them have actually made any points. But the point that we can take away from here, though, is that Andrew Tate is getting mogged. He's getting mogged. He's getting mogged by Hassan.
Or do you believe the Earth is spherical, round?
Aldi has his headphones on.
Yeah, he took his headphones off?
He gets very stressed sometimes, and
Yeah, it's cool. It's important. Sometimes you can't take the heat. Sometimes you can't take the heat, so you gotta get out of the kitchen a little bit. Andrew, do you believe the Earth is flat or round, spherical?
Now, this is an interesting question to ask because a lot of MMA guys, not to say that Andrew is part of that, there's actually a lot of MMA guys that think the Earth is flat. Just saying.
Globe.
Round.
You believe it's round, right? But when you walk outside, it feels like it's flat.
Brother, and I
it looks flat, it feels flat, but you believe it's round. Why do you believe the Earth is round?
Oh my God!
Because I have personal experience that would prove to me that the Earth is round.
Oh, you have personal experience. What happened? Did you go up to the fucking moon? Is that how you figured it out?
Exactly. I flew up into space.
Jesus Christ. Hagbard says round and hollow. That's where all the lizard men live. Trumpzilla says, do you think salt is a rock?
And I looked down on Earth. And
Yeah.
I saw a big
That's
circle.
crazy. Okay.
down there,
You don't have
look
to.
down
Hey,
there.
listen, you don't have to concede on that point, but I think you and I both understand the importance of scientific, the importance of empirical evidence in that one, right? Or
Well, this was his folly here. He's saying like that anecdotal experience in terms of how he disseminates information is more important than anything else. And that was a stupid point to make. It was a dumb fucking point to make. All he has to do is start picking at Hassan and asking what Hassan knows about the things that he's citing. And Hassan would probably have to fold. He would fall apart. Because I guarantee you that this fucking chud never looked deeply into anything that he's talking about. He doesn't do it in any other circumstance. Why would he do it here?
Doing all our fun.
Science.
And I saw him there, and I thought, wow, this guy, okay, he's going to ruin the stream. We had a hot chick. Now you're here.
Is that what you thought?
Just chill out. Like
It's
I
a
don't wanna
little
argue
wait,
about
so what's up? Is it a little bit more difficult when I'm not like the traditional like SJW looking person? Is that why it feels like the stream is a little bit more ruined?
No, you do kind of. I mean, come on now.
It's not difficult. As a professional, I'll tell you the conversation.
He literally has a picture of Obama in his background. Come on now. Trumpzilla says, bitch, it's the science. Hagbard says, Hassan, has your cousin consummated his horse passions? You know he has. You know he has. Interspecies sex, buffaloes and horses.
We just had.
Yeah, dude, you've been kicked in the face and stuff. Like, I'm sure you can handle little old me.
Exactly. So I'll tell you as a professional, the conversation we just had. I said I am biased and I don't believe women can drive. That's my personal experience. I don't care if anyone agrees. You came along and
it's just fucking, it's stupid. Like, it's a stupid blanket statement, and it's another one of these things. They just say provocative things, and they say, well, that's not really what I meant. That was just to get your attention. Now let me tell you what I mean.
He said he's gay, and it does appear that that part is actually true.
don't interrupt me. You came along and said, no, that's not true because of the evidence. I came and said, I don't care about the evidence, my personal experience. You said, I also have personal experiences and we're all biased. I agreed. Then you said, even if I had personal experiences that said X, I would ignore them because the internet told me to believe Y. I believe what I'm told.
That's not what I said. I said that regardless of my own personal biases that I might have, evidence is still more important than my personal biases.
Well, look out, everybody. Hassan just cracked a fresh monster. He's ready. He's ready for battle. Trumpzilla says, Hassan is a CIA plant. Well, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if that was true. Some sort of statecraft going on here.
When you guys are both talking at once,
and it's boring, and you've lost, and it's boring. So let's just move on to the next subject.
Is that what happens? You just say I'm boring and I lost, and then you win. Is that what it is?
Do a poll in the chat, and if you won, then we'll continue to talk it. But I'm sure you've lost, and it's boring.
Okay.
And
Like I said, I don't like Andrew Tate, but Hassan is not. This is not the dunk that Hassan thinks it is. And I have to say, like, even myself, because I think I like kind of passively watched this in the past. I didn't like really pay attention. And I came away thinking that Hassan really creamed him. But they haven't, nobody's creamed. There's no cream. There's no cream here. It's just like two fucktards talking to each other.
Do you want me to leave the conversation that desperately, Andrew? It seems like you're running away a little bit.
Oh, we're just going in a never-ending circle. Like,
Okay, yeah, we can move on from that. We can move on from the importance of science and Andrew's personal biases. Andrew, can you tell me a little bit about the Hustlers University, whatever that is? Not in a promotional capacity. I know that like you're doing the rounds on Twitch, and I know that that's probably giving you a big boost. But I want to understand, you know, because you are a businessman. I want to.
Okay, so this might be what I had seen in the past. This may be what I have seen in the past. Is him questioning him about Hustlers University, which I believe we just saw some clips of before we started this video.
Understand how you generate revenue. Is it okay to get this information for free, or do I have to pay $50 and then maybe get an affiliate link and get other people to also join so I can make a 10% cut off of them also joining Hustlers University?
You can find everything on the website, and you can join if you want more information. That's fine.
So you don't want to share this information for free right now. You don't want to educate me on that.
I don't want to sit here and spend the next hour you trying to accuse me of some bullshit.
I'm not. I'm here to learn, Andrew.
He's asking you to describe your business model. What is Hustlers University? What does it provide? What does it offer? What can you give us a taste? Can you give us a taste, brother?
You are a brilliant mind. Maybe a little rattled from the numerous concussions, but brilliant nonetheless. So I want to hear more about your business strategy, if possible.
It's actually quite interesting that people who are too scared to get in the ring try and make fun of people who have bravery to try and make fun of.
No, I do think it's very.
He's making fun of Hassan because when he's saying too afraid to get in the ring, this is a direct reference to Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde challenging Hassan to a fight. Oh, yeah. Trumpzilla says the other kids are watching porn. Science. Passive aggressive classic. Oh, yeah. Passive aggressive off. Here we go.
brave. I do think it's very brave.
Oh, all right. So let's not detract the bravery of men who do things you're afraid to do. That's the first thing.
No. You are absolutely incredibly brave. You still might have CTE, but you are incredibly brave. I appreciate it.
I mean, whatever. It's fine. The point I'm trying to make is, I know you want to sit here and talk about hate you and try and break it down, and you've prepared a bunch of notes, etc.
I have no notes whatsoever. I'm a dumbass. I don't know anything I'm talking about. I'm simply here to learn from you.
Yo, can we stop with the sarcastic shit and just have an actual
No, I'm
conversation?
literally, but that's the truth.
Bro, you're being so sarcastic though. Like, why are you being so sarcastic?
I'm not. I'm literally.
Bro, you
Oh,
just said,
come
like,
on,
10
come on.
Bro.
I'm asking questions.
Yeah,
Hassan,
you're being sarcastic. Like, listen.
Hassan, please. It's pretty clear.
And now we've gotten to the nightmare culture of online streaming where people just jump into discords and it just becomes a giant mess. No points made, no productivity happening. Yikes.
That I was the better Hassan. So
yeah, that's agreed. I agree with that one.
If you could just get out the call, maybe it would fix the stream.
I think so.
Would you
boring,
guys,
man.
if you guys would like me to leave the call, I can do that. I don't want to
Hey,
be. I don't want to be rude.
I gotta get back to work.
I do not want to be rude, boys. You know, this is your stream. Andrew, I'd love to talk to you.
He's got to get back to work, making his girlfriend do cam call. Oh boy, I'd pay $1 for that.
In more detail if you'd like to. I hope that one day you can educate me on your revenue strategies. I mean, it does look a little bad though if you feel as though I should leave the call because you feel like I'm overpowering you a little bit.
You should stay on the call, but I think you should be more socially aware.
I
and
am.
understand-
Is that a bad question? Do you not educate thousands of young men?
No, I gotta say, like, you know, as much as I don't like Andrew Tate particularly, Hassan is just not allowing him to say anything. He just constantly talks over him, just grandstands, tries to big dick him, but Andrew is letting him do it. He's found no way to escape this tactic. He's got him in a stranglehold.
And about your business strategies, I want to know more.
Okay, I want you to be more socially aware and understand that since you've joined the stream, everyone's begging for you to leave. The vibe's down. It's boring. It's late at night for me. I came here to have fun. You're being boring. No one thinks you're cool. No one thinks you're intelligent. No one thinks you're funny.
I don't think I'm cool or intelligent. I just have questions and you're not answering them for some reason. Why are we derailing?
I don't have to answer your questions. You're not the police. I don't have to answer your
No, not at all. No, I am not the UK police nor the.
You are not the police.
Whose fault is that?
You are not the police. Andrew knew. Andrew knew the writing was on the wall. 4D upside down underwater chest. The Matrix is coming.
Romanian one. I'm simply asking you questions about your business strategy, which you literally educate people on. I just want to know how you fucking how you do growth and revenue. Why can't I be a hustler? I want to be a hustler like you. I want to be a top G, a top bloke, a proper bloke.
You can find out more on the website. I would like the stream to get fun again. If you want to discuss this,
You don't think your educational content is fun for people to consume?
I think everyone's saying kick him. Read the chat. Have you guys read the chat on your stream?
You want me to leave that bad? I'll if you want me to leave that bad, I'll leave.
You're just.
Oh my god. I'm almost at a gamer word.
I mean, listen. I'm just a messenger, but you're just kind of like being sarcastic.
I'm not. I'm literally not. I promise. I swear to Allah that I want to know.
You were just saying wasn't sarcastic. Don't even. You can't even convince me.
None of what I have mentioned is sarcastic. I truly would like to know more.
85% kick. 85%. No one thinks you're funny or interesting or witty. Your little comebacks. No one's interested in them.
I mean, honestly, appeal to the chat. Like, oh, should we kick this guy under these circumstances when you have a giant audience? Kind of gay. Just saying.
He said he's gay, and it does appear that part is actually true.
That part is actually true.
You haven't won anything.
It's okay. It's okay, Andrew. If you want, we can have a conversation again. We can have a conversation again in the future if you'd like. If you're brave enough, I guess.
HU has an affiliate program for some people if they want to affiliate, like everything else in the world. We have over 100,000 students making more than they invest each month. If they didn't make more than they invest, they wouldn't sign up. One of the most successful online educational platforms in history.
Are there multiple layers?
You can learn how to make some money yourself if you want to join and have more information. It's all on corporatate.com. You can find out yourself. If you're too cheap to pay $50, then you're a brokey. Nobody gives a shit what you think anyway. You've ruined the stream. Everyone wants you out of it. So either change tune.
You're a brokey. A brokey, man. I've never been called a brokey. Might give me a little juice. Might make me feel special.
And get with the program and be fun, or keep sitting here and talking sarcastic and really slowly and repeating yourself and talking about how you only believe what you see on the internet, because no one really gives a fuck and it's boring. So let's move on to some fun. Let's get the tempo up. I've just told you I hate you. We do have an affiliate program. You can find out more on corporate.com.
It is so okay. So it is a multi-level marketing scheme. Got it. I just wanted to figure out if it was truly a pyramid scheme. It would be inappropriate of me to assume that it's a pyramid scheme without having you explain it in such terms. But thank you. All right, whatever you guys want to talk about, I'm game.
You're welcome to affiliate anytime you like, friend. No problem.
Yeah.
All right. So let's move on because this dude he's lame, my friends. Let's
All
get
right,
the,
yeah, Hassan, I appreciate you coming on. We're gonna bring in another guest now.
All right, peace, boys.
Sean,
Have
have a
fun.
good night.
Andrew,
Thank you for
I'm
coming on.
always open to talk to you, my friend, if you'd like
Yeah,
to.
we'll have another conversation. at a different day.
Have a good night.
Oh, thanks. So Hassan can get back to watching MSNBC.
That was bullshit. I've never seen a man act so hysterical. I thought he was such a fucking big boy. What happened? That's crazy. What happened there? How are you gonna fucking talk so much shit and then cry like a baby? My man was in his feet.
I mean, holy shit! Like this could have been a slam dunk for Andrew Tate. A slam dunk for Andrew Tate if he had just like opened his eyes. Maybe he's just a fucking retard. A hard R retard.
Beefies on that one. That was Andrew Tate. That's not good, brother. How hard are they dick riding him on stream right now? Let's hear. Oh man, wasn't that guy so fucking boring, right?
and then he thinks he caught me somehow, but really he just killed the vibe. I would have loved to argue with him, but he was so boring.
I'm not even lying. I'm not trying to like.
Well, in all honesty, not to simp for Andrew Tate or whatever, but like Andrew Tate couldn't get a word in edgewise. He just filibustered. He just kept talking over him. Like what? And that was the point. That was the point. That was the goal. It was just to frustrate Andrew Tate, and he succeeded in that.
This is gonna come off extremely dick riding, bro. But like he would have had the same point 5 times in a row.
No, man, it's boring.
Yeah, bro. I
had no clue what y'all were talking about. Like, I'm gonna be honest.
Bro, that is
like if Hassan had done his research, he could be like, "Well, why do you talk this way about taxes? Why do you talk this way about getting women to be part of your harem, to be part of your cam girl service?" Well, that's all I can take. That's all I could take of Hassan. I will say I'm going to change my mind a little bit. I don't think Hassan actually really crushed him there. But Andrew Tate also just looked stupid. He just looked stupid. Okay, so this is Fresh and Fit reacts to Andrew Tate leaked voice audios, which I think this is a current thing. This is from a couple weeks ago. A lot of stuff with Andrew Tate has come out in the past few weeks in terms of like videos, Manosphere stuff about him talking about his business. And Fresh and Fit, if you don't know who they are, they're like these dating guru guys, Manosphere dudes, and they love Andrew Tate. They love his style. They love his slice, whatever you want to call it. And they're probably going to come out. I would imagine they would come out in defense of whatever he says, and they're going to suggest like, well, that's not really what he meant. I don't know. We'll see.
YouTube, and I think we got another maybe 10 or so on Rumble. So shout out to y'all. All right, so we're gonna play this this voice recording, right? Go ahead.
I like that. Why? I am one of the most dangerous men on this planet. Sometimes you forget exactly how lucky you were to get fucked by me. Would you rather me pin you down and make you do things you didn't like, or would you rather fuck? You didn't like that I was thinking I can do whatever I want to. That's what it is. I'm the smartest person on this fucking planet. Are you seriously so offended I strangled you a little bit?
So this is definitely strung together. There's a lot of editing going on in this clip. You can tell because I edit audio. I edit videos and stuff like that. I can hear where the edits are, and they're stringing together stuff. I don't know if they're just editing out pauses or whatever, but it's definitely been pretty heavily edited.
You didn't fucking pass out. Chill the fuck out. Jesus Christ. I thought you were cool. What's wrong with you?
Well, hold on. What did it say? These voice notes were sent by Andrew Tate over a period of time to a woman who accused him of rape. She reported the allegation to police, but prosecutors declined to prosecute.
Fuck out. Jesus Christ. I thought you were cool. What's wrong with you?
Okay.
Am I a bad person?
Now, I also want to go ahead and play the stupid post from Impact on Instagram. All right. So this plays as well. They play this thing. So Impact also doubles on, right, and goes, swipe to hear voice memo that a survivor received from Andrew Tate.
A survivor?
Yeah,
Come on, bro.
Yeah, they refer to it as Reviver.
This is also part of Eliza Blue's new grift, is to talk about the survivors of Andrew Tate. This is part of her thing, and I'm assuming this is all party to that. These must be the same women.
So go ahead, Chris, unmute it and go back to the beginning of the thing.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Go back. Oh no, all the way back, Chris, all the way. Because I want to show them everything. So Impact posts, they go, Andrew Tate sent these texts and voice memos to a woman who accused him of graphic descriptions of grape, violence, abuse, right? So they're like,
yeah,
right. And then they go, Andrew Tate is currently detained in Romania on suspicion of human trafficking. However, before becoming famous, he was arrested twice on suspicion of grape and assault in the UK in 2015. The Crown Prosecution Service, CPS, decided not to charge him with any crimes because there was no realistic prospect of a conviction. I wonder why.
Exactly.
Yeah, because he gaslights girls. He takes them out on dates and says that they're his girlfriend, and then coerces them into other behavior. Brissinger says, I'm going to check out. Friends, been real. Good night, Brissinger. Have a good one, buddy.
So it goes here. A third woman has now come forward to accuse Tate of grape. The survivor, referred to as Amelia, air quotes, to protect her identity, had been dating Tate for just 2 or 3 weeks before the grape took place in 2013. Vice has obtained and released WhatsApp messages and voice memos that Tate sent her. And then they go, the next 2 slides contain sexually aggressive language, blah, blah, blah. So here's the text messages, right? And as you guys can see, they only show his messages. They don't show the girls' messages.
I wonder why.
Those aren't even real messages either, right? That's a graphic created. That's a graphic.
Yeah, I was gonna say
that's
you can
not
create
actual messages. These are recreated.
You can look, man. You can create fake messages like this. You absolutely can. They're.
Yeah, but see, the problem with what they're going to get into is the suggestion that this doesn't happen. He doesn't do this. He doesn't say these kinds of things. We don't know what the other girls are saying, but we've also watched a bunch of videos where he explicitly states how he goes about doing what he does, his behavior, how he treats women, how he coerces them, how he tricks them. We know about all that stuff because it came from his fucking mouth. So I would be a little reticent to be like, well, all this stuff is bullshit. And maybe it is. And maybe it is. I don't know. The media manipulation is a real thing. Coming after Andrew Tate in the way that I always thought it was weird that he was like Citizen Zero. He was the person that everybody directed their attention towards because he's such like a goon. He's such a goof. He's like Jack. He is a Jack Murphy.
There are apps, there are websites. It's ridiculous.
So my thing is this. Let's say that these are real messages. Let's say that this is actually from WhatsApp, right? Then go ahead and you guys can see here, it goes, and I love graping you and watching.
Hagbird brings it in. He says, you see, a pimp's love is very different from that of a square. Good old idiocracy.
You let me while still, interesting how it says, and watching you let me while still debating if it's a good idea or not.
This is ridiculous.
You were my whore when I had my hands on you. Monsters are monsters. When you're under my control, I do whatever I please. And then
now to suggest, does that sound like something Andrew Tate would say? Especially to a woman. Having heard all of his preliminary stuff, all of his methodology, the way he does things, is it crazy? Is it crazy to think that he would say that to a chick? Probably not. Probably not. This guy has delusions of grandeur in a way that is very rare to be seen.
And let's move to the next one.
Bro, you can't make this shit up. This is ridiculous. Yeah, you can actually.
And then the voice memo from before, right? And then that we just listened to. And then Amelia shared her story after 2 other women came forward with their own accusations against Tate. I felt stronger, she said. I felt like, okay, I'm not alone now. I've got 2 other girls. You can read Amelia's full story here.
Which is a common thing. It's a common thing that happens to abused women where they don't feel comfortable. I mean, a lot of this stuff gets obfuscated because of like current culture and grifters and people taking advantage and all the stuff with the Me Too movement, people including things like dudes making bad passes at them as being part and parcel with like sexual assault. Obviously, those things are not the same thing. But, you know, there is strength in numbers. That's a real thing. That's a real thing. Somebody may feel insecure, feel alone, isolated, like their story, they can't really come out and say it. They can't really tell you about it. It's a pretty normal phenomenon, honestly.
Oh, of course you did an interview.
Oh, my God.
Right? And then this interview contains explicit descriptions of sexual violence, right? And then let's go. And then it goes, intimate partners violence account for 15% of all violent crime in the United States. Then they put the hotlines and then move on to the next one. And then they give the sources. And is there anything else? Okay. So the thing, and I'll turn it to the panel after this. The thing that stuck out to me was they don't show her messages. Yeah. They only show his messages. Right. And me using a little bit of common sense.
I mean, they don't show her messages. I think that's fair to question that. I think it's fair to question that. But the language used in the messages that they do show does not strike me as shocking relative to what I understand about Andrew Tate. Doesn't come off that weird. But in fairness, you know, you don't know how those girls were responding or what they were saying. But also, like, if you're in a state of coercion, if you feel like you're being taken advantage of, and you're a weak person, and you just kind of gonna want to like diffuse the situation, you may say things that ameliorate the situation. You just kind of want to get out of it. Like, okay, I understand, I get it, I understand. Blah blah blah. The same thing. Like, you know, if this guy was like a street pimp, and there were women trying to get away from him, nobody would be having this conversation. Nobody would be like, "Oh, can we?" You know, we really got to really think about this, guys. That street pimp, he seems like a really nice guy. Seems like a real on the level dude.
Here, if this guy is actually doing this to you, right? You have his number. Mm-hmm. Clearly, you guys are going back and forth, which is why he's sending those messages.
We do know that he does this to women because he said it. We know that he does. We know that he coerces women into being cam girls. At the very least. At the very least, we know that happens.
I need fucking context. You can't release only what he says and not release what she says. Here's the other thing, too, that I want to make very... I'm just going to say it. Women like to be dominated in the bedroom.
That's right.
Okay, guys?
That's right.
Ta-da! I know...
What the fuck does that have to do with Andrew Tate and his operation? What does that have to do? Women like to be dominated in the bedroom. Fact check. True. Kind of true. That does not extend to everything. Doesn't mean they want you to do everything that you can think of to them. It's almost like it's important to have a connection with a person. You know, it's almost like that's an important part of a sexual dynamic. I don't know. Crazy, weird stuff for me. I'm a prudish, weird Puritan bullshit for me. I'm sorry.
A lot of these fucking weird liberals, etc., these pussies, like they don't think that they think women are sugar and spice and everything nice, and they don't like to get their hair pulled and choked and dominated in the bedroom. They fucking do. 50 Shades of Grey was a popular book for a reason. A lot of women,
these guys are like retards. They're like retards. 50 Shades of Grey was a popular book for a reason. Yeah, because you are part of that. You're part of this gaslighting culture that tells people that they should indulge in every base need, instinct, desire that they have. That none of this stuff could be bad. None of this stuff can be like coercive or corrosive to your life. None of that stuff is true. It's the most simplistic view on anything that could ever happen. And that's how they present it. That's how they present it. Like, well, you know, dude, like Andrew Tate is not just some dude. He's not some dude that just hooked up with some girl and she's making a claim against him. This guy is an entrepreneur. He's a businessman. He has a method. He has a method of controlling women so that they produce material for him to sell. He's very open about it. It's very explicit. To suggest like, oh, this is just some guy being accused of something is a little disingenuous in my opinion.
Guys, I'm gonna fucking say it. Fantasize about getting raped by a guy that they're attracted to. Girls have fantasies about this shit. There's a guy that John knows, which you can go into detail about this, John.
He's like, I know a lot of whores that have told me on this program they like to be raped. Don't you get it? A lot of special girls.
Let's just say I'm a special girl.
Treat me like shit, please.
That literally gets paid to break into a girl's house and recreate the fantasy of kidnapping them. He makes them sign a fucking waiver and all this shit, but there are...
Yeah, okay. Do you think that's like the median person? Like, how specialized is that? How niche is that? How niche is it for a girl that wants to pay somebody to recreate a kidnapping rape scenario? Do you think that's just like the average girl out there? You know, out of 100 women, how many do you think like actually not only want it, but would pay for it? I don't know.
Women that like this. And the other thing I want to say too, you want to know how I know that there's women that like this? A video surfaced of Andrew slapping a girl in the bedroom, right?
Well, do you have personal experience with this? Can you throw an anecdote down for me, my dude? And not just talk about something you saw on the internet like every other fucking virgin, MGTOW, red pill dude? Well, I saw on the internet people were saying these things, and that's just how I build my worldview off of that. I don't really have any personal experience. You know? Oh, what are you saying, girls? You know, those girls, they're cruel, they're harsh, but they're right.
And everyone's like, oh my God, he beats women. The girl came out 2 times and said, yo, me and Andrew consent to this, or I consented to this. I like it. It turns me on, etc. So what this tells me.
Do you know if that girl did that under duress or not? Do you think a girl could be, do you think any person, rather, not just a woman, anybody could be in a bad situation and rationalize it? Do you think that's possible? Oh, they came out and they said, no, it's cool, dude. I love when fucking Andrew Tate slugs me. I love it. It's just what we do. It's part of being one of his in one of his bottom bitches, you know? I'm part of his harem, and I feel happy and proud about it.
The feces
is that the women that Andrew deals with, a lot of them probably like aggressive sex.
Of course.
Okay?
Yeah.
This girl probably likes aggressive sex. Yeah. He's not going to be sending you voice notes like that and text messages like that if you are not interested. It doesn't make...
Why wouldn't he? You have like a narcissist, egomaniac, a malignant narcissist, I suppose you could say, egomaniac who thinks he's God's gift to the world. The idea that he wouldn't send that to somebody that feels insecure is very short-sighted and stupid. And I do not believe for a second that these dudes are not familiar with Andrew Tate's work. I don't believe it for a second. I think that's bullshit.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're withholding her messages and not showing the full context tells me she likes the shit, but she wants to come forward now and say, well, I felt pressure to it. And this is the problem too. This is the hard talk that we got to have in America and the Western world. Regret is not rape. I'm going to say it one more time for y'all. Regret is not fucking rape. You cannot sit there and consent and then come back and say,
so these are like the high pressure guys. They like to run the high pressure game to get women to fuck them. They're just like, listen, high pressure is not rape. And he's not wrong. It's not rape. Regret is not rape. And I don't think that you're applying this to something that I don't know if it's actually applies to.
Oh my God, I felt bad about that. I'm going to withdraw consent. He actually raped me. Take some fucking accountability. If you have sex with someone and you're...
I don't know if she's saying that he raped her. Is she saying that he raped her? Or that he coerced her? That he tricked her? That he gave her some sort of, I don't know, false information about his intentions? Which is, part of his fucking business model. It's part of his business model, fellas. is to do that, is to trick women, is to coerce them. However, you can feel however you want about that. But the fact stands. It came out of his own mouth. My God. Trumpzilla says, buy this timeshare.
You regret it later. That's your fucking fault. Okay? Women are equal. Okay? Women are liberated. Women are free. Freedom comes with what? Responsive fucking ability.
Yeah, see, this is the type of dude that's just like, yeah, dude, abortion rules. Like, I just dump in any chick and not have to suffer any consequences or be responsible for anything. Holy shit, I could just say whatever I want to a woman to trick her into fucking me, and you know, my hands are clean. She agreed to it, dude. She fucking agreed to it. No shame here. She agreed to it. Yeah, I told her a bunch of bullshit. I lied to her and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, whatever. That stuff doesn't matter. But she agreed to it, dude. Fucking retarded.
I want to say something about that because I think that, like, obviously rape is a serious problem, right? It's not gone away. But at the same time, it's pretty common to the average person right now that that word is liberal.
Hagbert says, thank you, whitest kids you know, for the grapist. Oh my God. Shit. That takes me back, brother.
Really being used.
Yeah.
And it's really taking away the seriousness of that word because it's getting used so much. Right. And it's taking away from women who have actually been raped.
Yes.
It's kind of like now, like if you don't agree with something.
I agree with him that like women that make specious claims really muddy the waters for people that actually have been traumatized or actually have been raped. 100%. That's one of the problems with the Me Too movement. Like I said, people equating things like a bad pass at a girl or a woman as sexual assault. That's obviously a bad thing. That's negative. Andrew Tate is not just some dude, though. He's not just some dude. He's a particular person with a particular set of principles and behaviors that we can observe. That's the difference. It's not just like some fucking random guy.
Like they immediately call you a racist, right? And that's kind of like taken away from the seriousness of like being called racist. Like everybody's a racist nowadays, you know, like because everybody is just using that word so liberally. And I just think like really this whole situation, it's just so slimy. Like what Vice is doing, they're really living up to that filthy media production company that they own. And you know, it's 44% owned by George Soros.
Oh shit!
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Damn.
The Soros Fund, 44% owner in Vice Media.
Holy fuck, dude.
So
they're just like, wow, dude, you're dropping some serious stuff, dude. 44%. Vice owned by Soros. Oh my God. Oh my God. Social engineering happening in real time.
Worship the female penis.
You got to do what you got to do, you know?
That explains a lot.
Yeah, like what would be a conspiracy theorist or not, whatever the case may be. But I mean, you know,
Yeah, there are no coincidences, dude.
This thing stinks of no integrity. But there's the bottom line is there's a lot of shitty people out there that just like.
No, you know, I have to say this though. I do have to say this. I want to make this disclaimer. I think that it is a hot time to come out against Andrew Tate. I do. And I think there's going to be a lot of opportunistic people that jump into that pool. 100%. There's going to be a lot of people making false claims, etc. But it's not as if he hasn't given the ammunition to think that. You know, he's given them the bullets. He's given them the ammunition to think that, like, well, maybe he is like kind of a fucking weirdo. Maybe he does do fucked up shit. It's like not that hard to divine. Trumpzilla says suicided in 3, 2, 1. You've been suicided, monkey boy.
Want to watch the world burn, and they'll go along with this fucking witch hunt just for the sake of it. And you know, then this could happen to somebody else. This could happen to fucking, you know, Antonio Brown. This can happen to fucking Tom Brady. It could happen.
It almost did.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So I just think this whole liberally using the word I got raped, I got sexually assaulted. Again, I'm not taking away from the women who have had this happen to you because it does happen to women.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, there is a lot of social manipulation going on with these women. because they're regretting a situation, or they didn't like the way a guy made them feel.
Yep.
After the fact.
There you go.
After the fact. And they understand, like, okay, society's on my side. I see these girls on Oprah. I see these girls on The View. Everybody's believing them. They're getting likes on social media. I think I could do this too. And like,
I mean, he's not wrong about the idea that social media is going to exacerbate these things, because people are becoming more and more narcissistic and sociopathic, and they're going to just be like, well, you know, oh, look what's going on. This is the hot trend. This is the things that makes people popular, makes people interesting. I would refer back to our girl, Eliza Blue. We did an episode about her last Sunday rather. And she kind of falls into this category of somebody that willingly did a bunch of shit that they came to regret. They weren't super into after the fact, created it, like shifted the goalpost of their life and wanted to be something different, wanted to be an advocate in some way. Maybe they're embarrassed, maybe they're whatever. Making claims of being trafficked without really being trafficked. Maybe they have their identity stolen. Maybe. You know, we got a lot of there's still stuff coming out about that. But so it's out there. It's out there in the ether. And people pick up on it. And people think that they can make a name of themselves by engaging with it. That's very true. That's very true. I would still say, though, Andrew Tate is not just some dude. He's not. He has an admitted history of being kind of a fucking creep. Sorry. Trumpzilla says, and still in the news.
We have witnessing that recently with the Amber Heard trial with Johnny Depp.
100%.
Like, Amber Heard, like, literally shit in this man's bed.
Yeah, but Amber Heard and Johnny Depp is not known as like a trafficker or whatever you want to call it. He's not known as like a pimp. Johnny Depp is not known or has a reputation for being exploitative. So it's not the same thing. Andrew Tate is not like Johnny Depp. That's fucking retarded. I'm almost at a gamer word.
And fucking attacked him and then set up the phone in the kitchen to try to film an altercation between them two that she was acting to make it look like Johnny was a bad guy. And it's just showing
you. Got found out.
Yeah, and it's just showing the whole world. Like, that was a massive red pilling case for the world, the Amber Heard thing. And
he'd be in prison right now if it weren't for him recording those conversations.
No, technology is great.
He would not be in prison. No charges were ever brought against him for anything. In terms of the cases that happened, he would not be in prison at all. He would have lost a lot of money. But no charges were ever brought against him. Nothing was ever found to be like, valid.
Great equalizer, thank God for having cameras around and all those things.
Yeah.
But I just think, like, really this liberal use of the word rape is really troubling. It's really, really troubling.
I'll tell you this particular case, in terms of, woman after woman coming forward, and regaling us with their harrowing stories of survival. This is very similar in that regard to the Deshaun Watson case, right? First it was two women who said Deshaun Watson was sexually inappropriate. Within a week, it was like 22 women. This is what it comes down to. And this is what's really fucked up about modern women. Modern women, when they have sex with a person of status, it's almost as though they expect to get paid in some sort of way.
Yeah.
Whether it's...
Again, these guys are, their entire worldview, their entire perception of women is club rats. Is like whores. Or not, actually, let's not say whores. Promiscuous women. Go to clubs, get drunk, get fucked up, do drugs, sleep with whoever. That's their whole worldview of women. Which that probably makes up, like 20% of actual women that exist. Not to say that women don't use their feminine wiles, and it's very well documented throughout history. Women do have a large part to play in a man's life. Very controlling, can be very manipulative, of course. But I don't think they're talking about the same thing. Trumpzilla says Johnny Depp got another Pirates movie. That is what is alleged. It could happen.
It's money, status, clout, whatever the case may be. If they don't get what they think they deserve for having sex with a celebrity, that's when they go to the media and say, e-parred me.
I wonder who fucking helped develop this mindset. I wonder who did that. I wonder who is a part of like this idea that every sexual situation is a transactional event that you're supposed to get something out of. Do you think it could be people like Andrew Tate? I wonder who's developing this. I wonder who's building this. I wonder who's normalizing this shit. Oh, fucking weird. You know, they'll never come out against the culture surrounding somebody like Andrew Tate. They won't come out against OnlyFans. They won't come out against like club culture. They won't do any of that kind of shit. They'll just be like, well, you're a fully atomized human being. You should know better. What are you, like fucking 19? You should fucking know better. There is no personal responsibility taken by anybody. It's fucking gay. It's lame.
Yeah.
Women, and this is funny because women all the time, well, we're not prostitutes, this, and that, and the other. Okay, well then why all of a sudden time and time again, and all it takes is one woman, right?
Yeah.
So if one woman accuses a rapper or an athlete of rape, then all of a sudden every other one that fucked that rapper or athlete, oh yeah, he raped me too, and then he raped me too, and then they do hit pieces like this.
Well, they act like this is a phenomenon that happens all the time, and it really doesn't. It happens maybe more than people would like it to happen. But it's not like every day that you're reading a news story about some rapper being accused of rape or a celebrity being accused of rape. That's not true. It definitely happens to innocent people, of course. But I don't think it's quite as prolific as they say.
Another woman comes forward with her harrowing story, and I agree with you. I had the same reaction with as you did when they said, the survivor came forward. We're like, survivor? Are you fucking serious?
Yep.
And the last thing I'll say is this: what you said about retroactively withdrawing consent, that's exactly what this is.
Yeah.
It happened to Deshaun Watson, and now it's happening to Andrew Tate. And one more thing: when you're a man,
well, they're talking about a particular woman in a particular case, but what about the body of work that came before it? What about everything else? This dude admits to gaslighting and fucking catfishing people for what he claims is millions of dollars. Are you guys cool with that? You guys cool with that culture? Is that cool? Is that cool with you dudes? You fucking red pill manosphere guys? Is that cool? That a man is actually behind all the manipulation that you claim to despise? Is that fucking cool with you guys? I guess it is.
Andrew's status, you don't have to grape women. Andrew had women lined up around the block just to get on his yacht, just to get in his Lambo.
Yeah, that's fucking retarded. The idea that like, oh well, yeah, I got women lined up around the block, I don't have to actually force myself on anybody. No, well, it's about power, and it's also about other things. It's also about like the one that you can't have. The one that you can't have. Would it drive you crazy? Do you think it would drive somebody like Andrew Tate crazy if he approached a woman and she wasn't interested in anything he had to say? Do you think it might like drive him a little wild? Not to say that he raped this woman. I don't know. I'm not going to make those kind of claims. But I'm just saying, things may be more complicated than they are suggesting.
Why in the world does he need to have sex with women against their will when he's got a dozen other women who are willing to come to his compound and let him smash him out? It makes no sense. So any sort of public e-part accusation regarding a rapper, athlete, a person of status, a lot of times it's an attention and a money grab. They feel at that point like they didn't get what they deserved after having sex with them. It's ridiculous.
So Andrew's 6'4". He's tall, he's rich, he's good looking, he dresses well, he has charisma, he knows how to talk. He doesn't need to rape anybody.
No.
What the fuck are you like? What a dumb fucking point. Oh, well, he doesn't need to. It's not about the need. It's not about the need to. I think you'll find that in a lot of cases, especially with dudes like Andrew Tate. It's not about the need to. It's about his insecurity, his desire to have full control over a person. And now, again, I got to say, I'm not coming out in defense of this person that's making this accusation. But the idea, but their arguments, well, that's crazy. That could never happen. It's fucking facile. It's fucking stupid.
He doesn't.
Ever.
So I spent at least 30 minutes playing that clip back and forth, right? Because we all know Andrew's voice pretty well.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
I was like, okay, hold on a second here. Let me put an AI voice next to what it sounds like a real voice.
Holy shit. So he's going to go into the AI thing. It's an AI thing now. Is it possible? Hey, it's just as possible as anything is possible. Like it is. It is. But I love that he's like, I was really listening to the inflections of his voice, and I know him so well. I also don't acknowledge any of these other things that he says about what he does, but I know him very well. I know his voice very well. And I can spot something. No, what you were listening to was an edited audio clip. As I had pointed out before, it's definitely edited. And I can tell because I've edited a lot of audio. You can tell. When you're familiar with that shit, you can tell. You can tell the normal cadence of a person's voice. You can tell when you've cut out a gap, when you've put something together. You can tell.
So what happens? It's distorted.
Yes.
And Mo, you're a sound engineer, right? Tell me from your experience. Does that sound like Andrew's voice from what you're hearing or no?
Yo, your mic's not on,
buddy.
Mic's not on.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
That actually does sound like somebody else. So.
I will say that the.
Oh shit, dude! It sounded like somebody else. He's like, I'm an audio engineer. I listen to a lot of stuff. Sound like somebody else. Well, fucking kill confirmed. I'm glad we got the good info. I trust the producers over at Fresh and Fit.
The voice recording is from a couple of years ago, so your voice is lighter earlier.
Not only that, they over exaggerated his accents, like masculinity, right?
Yeah.
It's like they over exaggerated it, and some of the stuff he said is like, okay, what would Andrew Tate say? Let me just think of what it. To me, I think it's AI.
The idea that you don't think that Andrew Tate would say things like that was said in those audio clips is fucking retarded. Hard R. Retarded. He says that shit all the time.
Yeah, I think they're fake.
Now I have a clip from Andrew talking, right? So I want you to play that clip. It's in the chat, if you don't mind, Chris, and then play the audio again. Because to me personally, bro, it sounds like someone put AI and they thought what he was gonna say, and they just said it. And dude, even his accent, his fluctuations is weird, bro.
It's like Photoshop, only on the sound.
It's edited. They edited shit. They put sentences together. That's what they're picking up on the oddness of that. That's what they're picking up on the oddness of.
It's delayed, bro. I'm like, no, I don't know if it's true or not, but dude, this is really.
It's a Fresh and Fit. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Fresh and Fit each day. I don't know what it does, but you need to be there. Sheesh. Behind the scenes, guys.
Crystal clear, right? Now, play the audio. I don't know, bro. To me, if he's like it's AI, I could be wrong, but I'm just saying from like my experience and what I've been hearing, and even more, sound engineers telling you, bro.
The more you did,
I have to say, some girl, I don't know, some whore, some hoe, outed this guy. Is this the Fresh guy or the Fit guy? I don't know who's who. I'm assuming this is Fresh. He had a small dick. He wasn't great in the bedroom. AI? Lies? Who can say?
Didn't like it, the more I enjoyed it. I fucking loved how much you hated it.
Who the fuck is that?
Turn me on. Why am I like that? Why? I am one of the most dangerous men on this planet. Sometimes you.
Yeah, they're edited together. They shrunk it down, which is disingenuous. It's not good. Not a good look. If they have full audio, they should just release it. But it's just edited together.
Forget exactly how lucky you were to get fucked by me. Would you rather me pin you down and make you do things you didn't like, or would you rather fuck? You
didn't like. I don't know who that is, bro.
Dude, it's 2023, man. Technology makes that possible.
Let me say this. Let's assume it's his voice.
Okay.
Let's assume those text messages are real. Let's assume everything that they're saying is real.
Well, there you go. I guess they decided to end the clip there. Okay, so we're going to watch one more video about old Andrew Tate here. Now, this is the video that they were talking about. This is what was in contention. So Vice did an expose 2 weeks ago. It's called The Dangerous Rise of Andrew Tate. So that's how we're going to finish out the show. We'll see if we learn anything. Now it's Vice. We know what that means. we know we got to be a little circumspect, a little suspicious of what Vice represents, somebody's reality. But we're going to watch it anyway, so we want to know what the big hullabaloo is. Let's see.
Do you ever wonder why some people who you've never heard of before all of a sudden appear everywhere?
Andrew Tate!
I do actually wonder that. Andrew Tate's just some guy, and then he's the biggest dude on the planet.
Andrew Tate is an Anglo-American kickboxer turned influencer whose extreme misogynist videos have helped make him the most viral man in the world.
Bang out the machete, boom in her.
Like, even if you were to support Andrew Tate, I feel like you would have to at least cop to the idea that like it is a little misogynist. There is like this inherent distrust and hatred of women. Hatred may be strong, but at least a distrust. He does not believe in women's faculties to be able to do anything. That's coming from his own mouth. Like, that's not something like we created or we're like imagining. No, that's the message he was disseminating.
Her face and grip her up by the neck. But shut up, bitch!
On December 29th, he and his brother were arrested by Romanian police as part of a rape and human trafficking investigation.
The Matrix has attacked me.
A few months before their arrest, I was in Romania trying to get access to their so-called secret society, the War Room.
The War Room is the...
Oh, so this guy's another of these War Room investigators. How did he get so deep, though? That's a good question. Like, all the rigmarole we saw in that first video, what that dude had to go through and signing NDAs, and the idea that like they allowed cameras into their war room scenario, I don't know. Kind of sounded like a psyop. Kind of sounds like there might be something else going on.
The most powerful network on the face of the planet today.
Andrew Tate!
To get inside, I had agreed to endure a professional cage fight in Romania.
I know he's going to lose, but wow, he's actually in there.
Along with 100 Tate superfans.
We shouldn't be slaves. We shouldn't be working 9-to-5 jobs.
I need to grow. I need to get better. I need to evolve. I'm not tough on myself. Nobody else will be. That's what I learned from Andrew Tate.
This shiny hole. Hold on to it.
What I found out
My plan was to sow anarchy.
is that this recent arrest appears to be just the tip of the iceberg.
This is definitely a hit piece.
I don't care.
The real story
We've clearly conquered the internet.
began years ago.
There's not a single female complaining.
Do you think there's not a single female
complaining? Have you seen one? Tell me.
My ex-boyfriend was radicalized by Andrew Tate.
My ex-boyfriend was radicalized by Andrew Tate. Listen, there's a lot of dummies out there. I do take umbrage with the idea they were radicalized. They were radicalized. That's a little silly. Maybe the guy was just an asshole.
He was sweet and I guess vulnerable to being brainwashed by Andrew Tate and his cult.
People don't know what he's done.
Oh no.
If you haven't heard of Andrew Tate yet, it's only a matter of time before he pops up on your newsfeed. His videos have been viewed over 11 billion times, and in July, he was more Googled than Kim Kardashian and Donald Trump. He's been called the king of toxic masculinity.
He has said that rape victims should, quote, bear responsibility for being raped.
We're about to enter his compound in Romania.
Which is probably, I have to imagine he's really talking about the people that are regret raped. I assume that's what he's inferring. Trumpzilla says, I was radicalized by Bugs Bunny. Well, I got a drop for you, my dude. If you're radicalized by Bugs Bunny, you may be into special girls.
Let's just say I'm a special girl.
What are you, retarded?
Just watch out. Watch out, Trumpzilla.
Which was raided earlier this year as part of the rape and human trafficking investigation that led to his arrest in 2022.
Is that true that you sequestered an American girl?
She's not even pretty. This girl's average. She's ugly. I don't have time for this bullshit.
What about the rape accusation?
That's not true at all.
Hello, is this Andrew Tate's house? I'm Matt.
Okay.
Hey, hello.
Just a second to have a confirmation from Mr. Tate.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you just let me know when we're allowed.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, please let in these Vice cameras into my compound. I mean, he could be arrogant enough to think that, like, well, I'm just going to show them. I'm going to show them what I do. Look at all these beautiful women. Like, this also looks staged. All these hot chicks hanging out, scantily clad, just hanging out in the garden. I don't know. Like, that's like the thing about him. Like, when Big Paul earlier had said, like, well, I think Andrew Tate is a psyop. How can you kind of not think that he is? When Vice was allowed entrance into the garden, into his inner sanctum, Vice of all outlets. It's not Alex Jones. It's not Tucker Carlson. It's not some independent outlet. It's not like Rebel News. No, they let Vice in. Kind of weird. It could be hubris. It could be like, well, I'm going to get them. I'm going to show them. And you're going to show them that there's nothing here. There's nothing to be seen. Maybe. This is a dynamic we often see with people that enter into interrogations, like when they've murdered somebody. They're the most helpful to the police at first. Oh, of course, they're coming down and I'll answer any question you have. Just saying. Trumpzilla says, not Zoobox. Yeah, exactly. Not Zoobox. Could you imagine like me and Prophet and Big Paul down at Andrew Tate's fucking compound? I would love it. I'd be the cameraman. I'd get the DSLR out. I'd send Prophet in as my man on the scene.
Hello.
Good to see you.
This place is giant.
Yeah, I can give you a quick tour. I can't show you a lot of it. A lot of it's like off limits, but I can show you some of it. Gee, come bite them. Show them how scary you are.
Is this the normal level of security you have for your house every day, or is this just for us?
This is the normal level of security I have in my house every day. I'm prepared for all eventualities. It's better to be paranoid. I kind of like cars.
I can tell, yeah.
This door leads to, I can't take you in there. That's classified. Up on there, can't take you in there either. It's classified. You do know if you go to any off-limit areas like security, you're going to intercept. So when I point classified, I'm basically saying don't make them put a gun in your face.
Got it.
TV, which I never watch. World title belts. I was 4-time kickboxing world champion.
And what's this painting over here?
That's my brother.
Who else lives here? Is it just you?
No, I live here with my brother. I think you get the best version of yourself if you live with other competitive men. I don't have loser friends. I like sitting down with people and discussing how we can make money from the conflict in Ukraine. That's what I enjoy. I don't want to talk about TV.
Interesting.
That's why I don't watch it. And see this chick here? She just sits here. She just sits here and looks pretty. How do I make money off the conflict in Ukraine? That's what I'm all about, buddy. Because he loves those, remember? He loves those Russian and Ukrainian girls. They're the best cam girls. The most desperate and lonely and fucked up. He's like, how can I monetize the Russia-Ukraine conflict? Can I find some desperate women looking to make a buck?
Okay, cool. Hi, by the way. Sorry to interrupt. I'm Matt. Georgia.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you sitting there stoically like you're a plant.
Good to meet you. What are you up to, Georgia? Working. Okay.
This is
the woman I'm trying to speak to, Georgiana Noghel, would also later be arrested with Tate in December.
Georgiana, 2 coffees, please.
Accused of assisting him in his human trafficking operation. Hey, how's it going? Hi. Hey, how are you? What are these guys up to?
Conquering the world, my friend.
Through what means?
I run Hustlers University, which is now currently the biggest online educational platform in the world. We've grown extremely fast. We have 110,000 students inside of a year.
Hustlers University.
Imagine paying for that. Imagine being one of these sad fucks that paid thousands of dollars to be part of Hustlers University so that you could get basic bitch pimping opinions, pimping advice from Andrew Tate. Just pick up a book, fellas. Just go on YouTube. It's all there. It's all fucking there.
The university, Hustlers University.
For $49 a month, Andrew Tate's online Hustlers University promises to teach his millions of followers the secrets of modern wealth creation, from crypto trading to drop shipping.
No big deal, just the biggest online school in history.
Is this a sharp sword or is it kind of a decorative sword?
I did a Tate speech about why I have this sword. A Tate speech is like my YouTube channel, Tate Speech.
Yeah.
My God, what a fucking nerd. What a nerd. He has a sword. Yeah, I did a video about this sword. like seriously, Davis Arini is screaming. He's screaming. Davis Arini is just like, how did I fuck this up? I also have a sword. I filmed myself cutting a watermelon. What's going on?
I talked about how the number one problem with the world is that not enough men walk around their houses with swords.
That's up there for sure.
Because if more men walked around their houses with swords, so many of the world's issues could be fixed.
Oh,
you have
of
to
course.
extrapolate it.
Okay.
For example, so the woman panics, she sees something on TV, the man comes home, she's like, oh, we gotta start wearing the mask. Da, da, da.
Yeah, but she's okay. She feels secure because you're strutting around your home, your compound, with a sword. That's some more of that action you might find at the Andrew Tate compound.
If the man walked around with a sword and she's like, put a mask on, he'd be like, I'm brave. I don't need a mask. I'm a commander. Fuck you. It's just a...
Imagine if you needed this to assert any type of dominance or confidence. You need to carry around a sword like you're a fucking child. Like, this is going all the way back to when you're like fucking 12 years old and you want to feel assertive and you want to feel like masculine. You want to feel something. Feel like you're in control. Walk around with a sword. Pretend to be a knight. Pretend to be a hero. That's what the extrapolation is. It's just trying to lock into that kind of primordial sense that we all feel, that we've all felt as children, etc. And instead of like developing actual masculine traits, actual maturity, actual personality, he's like, just carry around a fucking sword, dude. It's awesome. Trepzilla says there's an episode of Home Movies where Coach gets a sword. Oh, I remember it. I remember that episode.
Symbol of empowerment. You got your sword, your wife starts talking, you're like, shut up. I decide what I do. Be quiet. Cook.
Andrew's unashamed, misogynistic, and violent views so far seem to match his YouTube persona.
Trepzilla says, buy 200 knives, get a free sword.
But to find out how he's translated those into viral fame, I accept an invite onto the Tate Brothers podcast, Emergency Meeting, which is also a chance to get acquainted with his brother Tristan.
Welcome to Emergency Meeting, episode 13. We have a special guest, Matt Shea, who is internationally renowned and respected. He's a folk singer, and he's going to sing us a song.
Andrew's invited his mate on our show without my consent. I'm just going to have to bite my tongue and listen to you guys talk most of this emergency meeting. Otherwise, I'm going to walk off.
Matt, can you introduce yourself? Tell them about your singing career. Tell them where you're from, etc.
Yeah.
What a cunt. What a weirdo. Oh, he's introduced this person, this element, without my consent. Without my consent. Oh my goodness. Trumpzilla says, do you get that channel? No, not anymore. Not anymore. I'm a cord cutter.
Yeah, so I'm actually not a folk singer at all in the slightest. No, sorry.
What? Are you calling my brother a liar?
You lied to me.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen the clown that hides from gay people?
The clown that hides from gay people. Has you ever seen the clown that hides from Everybody's got a little monkey on their back.
Have you seen him?
No, I haven't seen the clown that hides the gay
So
people.
you've never seen him?
No.
Strange.
Is he here somewhere?
Strange. Well, yeah, he's right here. I see him.
I see him.
All right, let's be nice to our vice friend. So let me be nice to him before he does a hit piece.
This is definitely a hit piece. I've warned my brother that this is a setup, and this is what everyone.
I don't care. I'm uninterested. I've clearly conquered the.
So that's like the hubris of it. That's the hubris of it. Oh, I don't care. Is this a hit piece? I mean, he knows. Of course, it's fucking Vice. He's like, I don't care. Trumpzilla says, ha ha ha, I get it over the air. I could too. I choose not to. Nothing on there for me. Nothing on there for me. Honestly, I don't even watch like TV shows anymore. I've gone strictly film, strictly cinema.
Internet. I'm clearly unstoppable. I'm like the board.
You've invited the liberal news media to.
Well, except for the TV shows I watch, like Primal and Samurai Jack, and other shows. There's other things, of course there are. We're all hypocrites.
They can all come. Just because I'm wearing a gun, I'm violent. Is that how it is? Just because I got knives all over the table and I'm a kickboxing world champion, I'm violent.
If you are wearing a gun and you have knives, that doesn't
Like, listen to this like fucking dumb faggot child. Because I got a gun, I'm violent. Because I got knives, I'm tough. I'm tough. I'm trying to like represent an image of myself. Oi, what do you think of this gun, mate?
No, it doesn't.
Makes me security aware.
I don't want
Sing a song. Sing like you promised.
It's
If
a
you
setup.
think I won't kick Vice out of my house.
I think
A few more minutes, or are we done with it?
No, you can sing now or you're off the pod.
During an ad break, Andrew breaks character.
30-second break. Check shit.
Another 5 minutes and we'll
Get you out of here.
you can talk shit back. You can annoy us if you want.
Don't worry, no, I know. I'm just not very good at it. I'm not very good at talking shit.
We've had a long career. We have to do our normal broadcast.
Okay.
Kick him off the pod. Cool, man. Have fun, guys. Yeah.
Bro, this is going to be the worst documentary about us.
What they gonna say?
I don't know.
He has lots of cars and money. All the women love him. He's sexist. Oh no, please don't put that on the internet. Who cares? Right? Whatever.
Within minutes of being on their show, the Tate content machine snaps into action. Oh, yeah. Wow. Already.
You promised to sing to me. If you think I won't kick Vice out of my house, you can sing now or you're off the phone.
Tate brothers embarrass Vice reporter.
Actually, I take that back. I want to make sure that my army is fighting, ethically and following the
18,000 likes, 246 comments, 66 reshares. Oh, I accidentally liked it.
If you had to go to war, would you call your friends?
Let's see what people are saying. Tate win, as always. I'm impressed how easily he runs over weak men's arguments. It isn't Tate.
Dude, people are fucking retarded. People are retarded. This is not a defense of Vice or whatever they're gonna do, but the idea that people just like see that stuff and like their lizard brain acting, oh, you fucking demolished them. This clearly heavily edited video, this clear setup, fucking demolished them, bro.
Tate posting all these videos. So who are all these people? Tate brothers embarrass Vice reporter was posted by a fan account that has 58,000 followers and 3.9 million likes, and is just posting loads of videos every single day. Right in the description of his account, it says, looking to level up your life, start here. It's a sign-up link to the Hustlers University. Another account, and again, a link to the Hustlers.
Yeah, no shit. Like, they have an infrastructure. This is what they do. You got to see part of the operation. It's those 4 dudes hanging out with all those screens. This is what they're doing.
University. He's got a clever formula here. It turns out a big part of Hustlers University is an affiliate marketing scheme where boys as young as 13 are instructed to share controversial videos of Andrew with links to the Hustlers University underneath.
Yeah, it's a pyramid scheme.
If someone signs up through your link, you get 48% of their subscription fee. By financially incentivizing 110,000 students to share his content online, Andrew has essentially built an army to make him rich and famous in a very short space of time. And he's tactically avoiding the impact.
Yeah, because if you're suggesting that people can make 48%, so 48% of $50, because they're talking about the $50 a month thing, 48% of that. If you can get like 3, and if you're just like a fucking kid or you're just like a dude who wants to make some sort of passive income, that would be a way to do it. Like, so when I do like on Zoobox, when I do commercials or reviews for vapes, CBD, Delta 8, Delta 9, Delta 10 stuff, I make a passive income. Like those videos, like for us right now, have not done like super well, but I've made a couple $100. I've made like probably $250 from one company in particular, because they have a very generous affiliate kind of commission fee. But if the channel were to ever grow, if I were ever to become popular, if Zoobox were ever to grow, become popular, those are evergreen videos. Those are evergreen affiliate links. I could maybe someday make passive income off of them. That's why I do them. So it doesn't really strike me as crazy that people would engage in this, because they're like, well, I can make $50 here, I make $100 here, whatever. Everybody's looking to get a little bit of money from something, and everybody wants to monetize in some ways. It's a very smart way to grow your business.
Impact of social media bans, because it isn't Andrew himself posting, It's his legion of fans.
All I'm doing is saying that the shit that everyone thinks isn't allowed to say. So that's the reason I'm all big on the internet.
I'm starting to wonder whether he's just a living meme.
You're a loser because your mentality is loserish.
Some kind of viral marketing campaign to swindle money from confused young men.
Yes, confused people in general, not just young men. But yes, he is a living meme. That's his business, is to be a living meme, to be provocative, to be shocking, to sell a product, which is Hustlers University or the War Room.
Never had the life I had, ever.
Or if he really believes what he says.
All I am offering is the truth.
Andrew first appeared on our screens as a reality TV star.
I've never been in a situation in my life so far in my 21 years where I really want something and didn't get it.
He had found an arena where controversial personalities thrive.
I have to manipulate a lot of people to win.
But something happened when Andrew was on Big Brother, one of the biggest reality TV shows of all time.
This is Big Brother. Due to events in the outside world, Andrew has had to leave the Big Brother house.
He was reportedly removed from the program when a video surfaced of him slapping his ex-girlfriend and then beating her with a belt.
I didn't say the word listen. Did I say listen? Did I say listen? No. Did I say it?
Just very healthy stuff that goes on, just very healthy stuff. I would say this, even if this is consensual, it's still fucking weird.
What a bunch of freaks.
Just saying. Trumpzilla says, or the cam girls.
Public outrage simmered down after Andrew released a video of his ex, claiming it was all part of a so-called kinky game.
It was just pure game. It's just what we used to do.
But what the public didn't know, and what we can now reveal, is that around the time that Andrew was playing Truth or Dare in the Big Brother pool, the UK police had informed the production company that he was under investigation for 2 incidents involving other women. One of rape, and a further of physical assault.
Which clearly he beat. He must have beaten these charges, considering this is from 2016.
In May 2021, Tate made reference to his arrest in an appearance on the Fresh and Fit podcast.
I was like, who are you? And they're like, you're under arrest for a suspicion of assault of this dumb hoe. And I'm like, wait, is it dumb hoe? They didn't, but I'm going to protect her anonymity because I'm a nice guy. Dumb hoe.
During the same period, the Tate brothers were recruiting women for a webcam sex business and creating the first of their many online courses teaching other men how to do the same.
I am her everything. It doesn't matter if I fuck someone else because I'm her everything. She has nowhere else to go.
It was called the Tate PhD, or pimping hose degree.
She was a fucking hoe, and I spotted it instantly because she didn't humble herself when she was supposed to. And I'm glad I didn't waste any more time on her because she's never going to be doing like my other girls do, living in my house, letting me fuck other women, remaining loyal, and fucking bringing me coffees and doing as I say.
Andrew has closed down the pimping hose degree to focus on the Hustlers University.
Luke, your screen's compromised, yeah. So keep it.
Yeah, it's almost like, I don't know, you just kind of like, he's like moving like a chameleon through ways to make money. Like, again, you got to understand, like, Vice maybe playing some stuff up, but we've seen enough to suggest that what they're saying is not untrue.
But super fucking vanilla.
But with a historic rape allegation in the UK, and the Romanian police now looking into him for rape and human trafficking, I want to find out more about his methods of recruiting women. Did you at one point say that the girls who started as your girlfriends and then work for the webcam industry, 100% of the profit goes to you?
I think in a lot of households in the world today, the man is in charge of the investments. I think that's not an uncommon thing. Tell me a view I have that you think is genuinely insulting or destructive to society. I'd like to hear it.
You prefer younger...
Turning girls out to be whores? Yeah. And capturing girls through dates and coercing them to become cam girls? Normalizing this behavior, normalizing sex industry stuff, might be a little destructive. Who can say?
For women who are 18 or 19 because you can leave an imprint on them?
No, when I say leave an imprint, I mean that I understand what you're trying to say. You're trying to say that like if I get her, I can brainwash her. I'm not trying to say that. If you meet a girl who's 22 and you're her second boyfriend, she's probably like a nicer person, less jaded, less upset, less suspicious.
So you like to be in a position of power?
It's not being in a position of power. It's about I enjoy to show her amazing things. You're trying to attach things to the situation which aren't true.
5 years ago, you said rape is a terrible thing, but if you put yourself in a position to be raped, then you should bear some responsibility for that.
Okay, so first, we agree that rape is a terrible thing. The point I'm trying to make is the best way to prevent yourself from being raped is to have a degree of personal responsibility and not put yourself in positions to be raped, as opposed to standing there saying that rape shouldn't happen because, or men.
I mean, he's not wrong about the idea that like if you go out in the public, you should have some sort of personal responsibility, personal integrity. Doesn't mean that people should do bad things to you, but you should take that on. Like you should understand the world you live in, the culture you live in, especially if like what the media projects and society projects is like, oh, we live in a rape culture. We live in this awful society where you're just a thing that men are looking to attain and destroy. You would think that like, well, you know, maybe I should take care of myself. You know, honestly, they may take it too far. They may take it to a place that I don't agree with, but like there is at least in some degree, like, you know, it's like if a dude gets into trouble because he drinks too much, whose fault is it? If he assaults somebody or if he breaks a glass window of a business on some sort of street, like who is responsible for that? Is it the dude who drank too much or is it society?
Raise our boys better. You know what else shouldn't happen? Robbery. I want the freedom to walk down the road with $1 million in cash.
Is it fair to compare the desire to walk around with £1 million in cash to someone wanting to just walk around their own city at night?
Well, female beauty is extremely valuable.
Of course, female beauty is extreme.
So what the fuck? Like, so they're gonna let that hang there? They're gonna let that hang there? Come on.
Valuable in the eyes of men who seek to exploit it.
Destroy.
I don't give a shit about having sex with beautiful women. I fuck them so they listen to me, so I can get what I actually want, which is not them. It's a means to an end. Every single
because they're a product. Like they're picking the most extreme clips, but we've even seen the tamer clips where he says the same things. Like this was his method of building his business. It is not crazy to think that he still engages in some of that behavior. We're not talking about a child. We're not talking about a teenager that was an entrepreneur that came up and learned their lessons, took their licks, etc. We're talking about a guy that got into this when he was almost 30. Almost 30 years old, he gets into this shit.
Bond girl was exploited. That's exactly what I do.
Have you heard the term lover boy before?
The lover boy method?
Yeah. Romantically involving yourself with a woman and then making money off of her in some sort of sex adjacent industry.
Firstly, I would call the webcam industry far closer to psychology than sex. The webcam industry has prevented more male suicide than any group of therapists, any action.
Yeah, I love this dynamic. Oh, it's prevented suicides by creating parasocial relationships where men just give money to somebody for something that is completely fantastical, as if that is solving their problem. No, it's a fucking Band-Aid. It's a flimsy Band-Aid at that. Nobody is trying to address the bottom of what's wrong with them or their lives or their approach to things. No, get fucked. We're saving men. We're saving men by turning them into coomers. They give fucking money to cam girls.
It might as well be friggin' Pee-wee's Playhouse. Might as well call it Pee-wee's Playhouse. Are you?
Might as well.
Group, any charity ever would, right?
Is that true? How can you measure that?
Well, it's not about measuring. It's about my personal experience.
One of the concerns that people have about that
method is that let me correct you because I'm a professional.
Is that it's similar to, or people might consider that a form of grooming.
Okay, so I'm a professional, so I have to change what you just said. I have to at least challenge you on it. Nobody's concerned about anything that happened 10 years ago when a bunch of girls got rich. There's not a single female complaining.
Do you think there's not a single female complaining?
Have you seen one? Tell me.
Andrew says no woman has complained about him personally. He won't let us speak to the women who work for him, so for now it's difficult to verify this claim. But I have spoken to many women who complain about the effect Andrew's rhetoric is having on their lives.
Which is less interesting. It's not a smoking gun, but I'm sure there's lots of young men, lots of stupid dudes out there that listen to this shit and they're like, listen, actually, I know it for a fact. I've had people in my own life. Have you ever heard of Andrew Tate? Have you listened to what he said? Well, some of the things he says actually kind of make sense. And you're like, yeah, you may agree with like three out of the 10 things a person says. That doesn't mean you should venerate that person. Lots of crazy people, lots of schizophrenics, lots of fucking weirdos say things that you agree with, especially when it comes to like, government coercion, etc. You'll agree with some of the things they say. That does not mean you should take them into the fold of your life and hold them in some sort of regard.
To protect them from harassment, I've agreed not to name them.
My ex-boyfriend was radicalized by Andrew Tate to the point of threatening to release revenge porn unless I took back what I said on social media against his sexist, misogynistic views.
It's like a virus, the things that he's spreading. The scariest thing is I have no idea if the next guy I meet could be an Andrew Tate fan.
Well, and this is also part of the problem of outlets like Vice. They're going to create the sense of paranoia in women. They're going to the accusatory nature. Like they're not going to meet guys anymore on like some sort of a zero plane, the bottom of the foundational plane. They're not going to meet guys in that sense anymore. Now they're going to be very suspicious. Very suspicious. Like, well, who do you follow on Twitter? Like, what do you do on Instagram? I always think about this because like if I was in the modern dating pool, which thank God I'm not, but if I was, like if you were to look at who I follow like on Twitter or social media, it would be a fucking nightmare. Because I follow tons of people I agree with, mostly people I don't agree with. It would be a nightmare. It would be a fucking nightmare. You would never know actually who I am. Maybe that's because I'm from an older generation and I just kind of have an interest in subcultures, etc. So I follow and listen and read a lot of things that I don't agree with. But this, I think, instills in women a sense of paranoia, something like what Vice is doing. Because Andrew Tate's like, his influence may be bigger than other people in this sphere, in this sector, but it's probably still like less than 1% of men that actually are honestly affected by anything Andrew Tate says. Most people don't know who the fuck he is. Even me, an internet head, an internet guy, did not know a ton about Andrew Tate because I just didn't give a shit. He's just like another one of these people. But they decide to give him a giant boost, a public profile, build up a cult around him, give him more exposure. That's why it's like a psyop. It's because he's been chosen. He's been chosen. He's been chosen to represent a worldview by the media. And you really have to think about it. You really got to take that in when you're dealing with characters like this. Trumpzilla says, right, Shaun, I'm always looking at the nutcases sites, Drudge, Politico, New York Times. Me too. I'm looking at everything. I follow fucking everything. Everybody, even like I think is even tangentially interesting.
It's definitely worrisome. There are boys who look up to him, especially those that may be vulnerable and they're sort of going to go into the real world carrying those violent views with them.
I'm 14. The boys at school my age think that it's okay to say horrible things like women are man's property and they get to do what they want with them. It makes me really disappointed in my generation.
Andrew's views represent a new era in modern misogyny.
Start talking to some bitches. Say, me and my man are gonna fuck you.
Where you can now not only talk openly about subjugating and objectifying women, but doing so actually garners millions of committed fans.
They don't believe the level that you can operate at when you're actually a G.
The most hardcore of them have traveled here to Romania to join the War Room.
The War Room is a fraternity. We're a brotherhood which is designed to inspire the best from our brothers. They have to have the mentality and the pedigree to survive. There's tests, and if you do them, you can stay inside.
At the top of Andrew's fraternity is a small group of wealthy and powerful men who all stand to gain significantly.
Do you think these wealthy and powerful men were like doing kickboxing scenarios in his backyard? Do you think they're like, yeah, dude, I got to go through the crucible? You know, we joke about like Rafa, Conde, we joke about Jocko Willings. At least those guys are like probably producing something beneficial. You know, we live in this bugman world. We live in a world where people do not often have the opportunity, especially men, do not have the opportunity to create a sense of camaraderie, masculine accomplishment. So you find these dudes like Jocko, Rafa Conde, whatever, and they basically make an adult Boy Scouts. That's a little bit more hardcore than Boy Scouts. And you get to go for a weekend and have a camping trip and try to accomplish things together. Even if that's just lifting up like a heavy log and carrying it somewhere, but you all do it together, you all suffer together. It's bonding. It creates a sense of accomplishment inside of you. At least there's that. With something like this, I don't believe it. I think it's very ephemeral. I doubt most people that are involved in this actually go through like these rites of passage.
From the expansion of his empire. This inner circle is not happy that I'm here. After our testy exchange this morning, Andrew invites me to watch him train.
Have you ever boxed before?
No. But it turns out he's planning on teaching me a lesson.
Let's go square ball.
There you go. I appear to have unintentionally walked into a situation where Andrew Tate is going to train me how to box.
Punch me. Come on. Punch me. Knockout.
Oh no, like a guy that was a fucking MMA fighter can beat this goofy fucking soy boy Vice reporter? Who could have thought it? Who could have thunk it? Trumpzilla says, who's the ECLU defending this week? Trumpzilla says, since we're coming to the end, thanks. Hey, thanks for being here, buddy. I appreciate it.
Bleeding already. It's only round one. We've only warmed up. Keep going, bro. We've got 10 more rounds.
No fucking way. I meet and get punched in the face by the inner circle of the War Room. In the world Andrew is creating, not only are women to be subjugated. Sorry, that almost felt like I got knocked out.
But men are to be warriors.
Capacity to inflict violence. Okay.
No, this is dumb. This is a dumb take. Men are defined by their capacity to inflict violence. It's like, no, it's like if you are sure of yourself. Part of being sure of yourself as a man is being able to handle your business. It's to be able to not get your ass kicked. It's really not about using it whenever. It's about using it when you need to. It's about being ready to do what you need to do if the occasion rises.
Okay, tap out. So you stopped. You were like, all right, pause, time out. Like if that were having a street fight, would someone stop? No, so that's your reaction. I need to fight back.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yes, yeah.
That dude got rocked. He was so tired.
The War Room is a network. We have 10 meetings a year. The next one's going to be in the mountains of Transylvania.
Trumpzilla hits us like he always does. Success, prosperity, intuition, health, wealth, good fortune, 10 million, and a miracle to you. And to you too, sir. Thank you for being here, buddy.
You could do it, but I don't know, my friend, if you're prepared.
We've left Bucharest and we're driving into the Carpathian Mountains to meet Andrew and his inner circle for the War Room, which is going to involve something called the test. I've made it into Andrew Tate's War Room, where 100 of his biggest fans have flown in from all across the world, each paying $5,000 to have their manhood tested.
Now, we saw what the War Room actually is from just an outsider's perspective, like that guy that we watched the video of. You know, being part of the War Room does not always equal doing this. So it's a little disingenuous to say, like, well, there's 100 of the most vaunted members of his culture, his society, that pay $5,000. They're part of the War Room. Well, obviously, not everybody that's part of the War Room does this shit. You gotta be really hardcore.
The one they refer to as Commander. none of us know what he has in store.
I welcome you all to the test. There is a cage fighting event, and every single one of you has been paired against a professional fighter. You will fight in the cage on national television, and it's a real fight. There are two paths you can go down. You can agree to fight, or you can decide that it's not for you. You have 1 hour to think and make a decision.
That's going to be a hard no from me. Maybe I'll do a yes.
Yeah, most of these dudes, if you agreed to fight a professional fighter on national television to prove something, you're a fucking idiot. If you didn't know about well, I'll say this. If you didn't know about this beforehand and you weren't training, all you're doing is asking to be hurt. Get the shit kicked out of you.
Just to learn a little bit more of what happens and then definitely pull out at some point.
Does anyone have any questions to ask me? There's no training before this fight. If you've been walking through life too lazy to fucking train, is that your problem or my problem?
I couldn't help.
I can tell you this guy right here, he's thinking deep and hard about it. He's like, oh shit. I'm kind of a fat fuck. I don't know, man.
Overhearing some disagreement within the war room.
So obviously this is sprung on them. It's not something they're prepared for. It could be a fake out. It could just be to see who agrees to it, who would actually rise to the occasion. And then he's be like, don't worry about it. We're actually just going to drink a bunch of champagne and hang out. Check out this cam girl's asshole. You got $50? You got $20? All right, that's good enough. Come on in.
Tequila stuff, you wink wink.
What the hell are you doing? What's
It's gonna be fine, bro. We have an ambulance. We have medics. No one get fucking knocked out. Don't worry about it.
At the center of it all was Andrew's right-hand man, Iggy Semmelweis.
Here I will share with you my secrets.
He's the self-proclaimed
Holy shit.
greatest.
Holy shit. What a goofy fucking bullshit promo ad. Like he's a magician. You guys ever see The Northman? He's like Willem Dafoe in The Northman. Come here, ye. Come here and see these magics.
Hypnotist in the world.
You will learn the power of hypnosis.
And seemed to have an agenda that expanded beyond the war room itself into something larger and darker.
Your sons will marry their daughters. Your daughters will marry their sons. You will create legacies. Enjoying those juicy steaks, that finer scotch, those smoother cigars.
He refused to speak to us, but it's clear that he has a big role to play in whatever the war room's real agenda is.
This is the war room of
Whatever their real agenda is, they tell you what their real agenda is. It's not like a fucking mystery. They want to build people with a further ambition, legacies, sons and daughters, and that these powerful men, these few, these chosen ones, they should encourage that their legacies intermingle to build strength, to build a strong foundation for the future.
Welcome to the test.
Now is decision time. You are getting in the cage to fight a professional fighter who is trained to hurt you. Anyone who is fighting, please stand up. Anyone who is not fighting, you can stay seated, and we will begin the other program.
Just like that, a third of the room decides to get beaten up for Andrew Tate. What happens to the people who said no?
They're doing something slightly different, describing the reasons they didn't do it, how that affects their life as a whole, whether they're gonna make any changes in the future to be more ready for opportunities. That's where honor comes from, right? From victory.
One of the men who said no agrees to speak to us as long as we hide his face. Why did you say no?
I have been in the ring before, but just sparring. But I was like, fuck, professionals and Russians, like they guys are serious. I was just too scared. So then afterwards, I felt bad about myself and I was angry at myself because I came here to be tested.
Andrew Tate has obviously said.
Trump still says they want to create Freemasons, kind of, in their own way. Yes, it's following the same scripts as all of these things, all these secret societies, clubs, etc.
Said a lot of kind of controversial things online.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
A lot of things are very controversial, but I think the bottom of his message is a very, very positive one. Because if I'm not tough on myself, Nobody else will be. Nobody really cares about me if I don't care about me, right? That's what I learned from Andrew Tate.
People who decided this morning and people who decided at a later date here, please.
We have a chaperone following us. We've been told that we're not allowed to talk to anyone. What about in passing, asking people like, what single question?
Let me run this by Tate before we film. No other comment.
Okay, all right. Would you be up for that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Our chaperone vets who we speak to and tries to heavily control our questions. What do you
Show
do?
that you're not some sort of right-wing extremist force.
Why did you join the war?
I don't want to be fucking stagnant. I need to grow. It's just a fundamental shift in my mindset. What I think could be bad is always good. Before the war, I used to think, why is this happening to me? Now, what is this trying to like teach me?
About Andrew Tate specifically and the things he says online, the things that get him negative publicity. What do you think about those things?
I think it's speaking the truth.
Really?
Yeah.
Interviewing under the chaperone's supervision is proving restricted.
Well, you know, if I had paid $5,000 to come to a seminar, well, actually, it's $5,000 into the war room, however much extra on top of that I paid to come to this thing, I may also have said, yeah, the dude rocks. I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid. Why would I do something stupid?
Yeah.
No alpha craziness. He's an animal, this one.
So we can't speak to anyone?
Okay.
Who is this mysterious chaperone anyway? Hey, man.
Man, how are you?
Good, good. How are you?
Good, man.
I was wondering if we could have a little chat. Yeah?
Suits me, man. Brought over from Dubai.
Like most war room leaders, he has a sports car. Do you want to do the interview in here?
Yeah, I don't see why not, man.
And like most people with a sports car, he's keen to show it off. So, what do they call you?
In these circles, sartorial or the sartorial shooter. I'm one of the guys who manages organizational risk and security for the war room. So anyone with any criminal activity, maybe they are showing signs of being racist or sexist or any of these sorts of things, they're out straight away. We will not tolerate that.
And so how do you reconcile?
Oh no, racist or sexist? Who gets to determine those things? Oh my goodness. I guess it's not as open. It's not as hardcore as maybe you'd be led to believe.
Tell that with some of the things that Andrew, for example, says online.
Any claims of misogyny or the fact that he's, spreading hateful words, that's not the reality of who he is, and that's not what the war room stands for, and that's not what he stands for. There are many clips of him out there saying, I'm not a misogynist. I provide for my women. I would stand up for my women in a violent situation.
What?
I would provide and stand up for my women in a violent situation. What a Chad. What a good guy. Like, what a good dude.
Now, whose fault is that?
Do you think his detractors would say about, for example, what you just said, the phrase my woman, do you think that they would consider that to be misogynist?
The phrase my woman, for me, ties into the very traditional values that we have.
Andrew's well known for talking a lot about his multiple girlfriends. How does that tie into this idea of a traditional relationship?
Men at certain levels can provide for multiple women. I mean, even we can go back 100 years ago, kings, wealthy men, they would support multiple families. How is that a bad thing? It's only very recently that men and women have been competing in pretty much in masculine realms, in work, in career.
No, he's talking about monogamy. He's not talking about like the roles of men and women in society. He's talking about what like undergirds a successful society, a successful culture. It's not having multiple families. It's not. You only have so much bandwidth as a person, as a man, as a father, as a provider. You can give people money all the live long day. You can be wealthy and provide. That doesn't mean you're providing a home. Doesn't mean you're providing structure or good advice or all the other things that come in with being a parent and being a father. It's fucking retarded.
Not that long ago, and indeed in many cultures around the world, women still have the traditional gender norms. And we believe in the war room, that's what leads to happiness.
Rather than a career.
Traditional gender norms, that has nothing to do with like having a harem of women. It has nothing to do with it. Even from this guy's own mouth. Like, well, if you're at a certain status, then it's okay. What makes it okay at a certain status? What makes you your ability to like shore up or rear children different at a higher status than it does at a lower status? Your responsibilities to your family are the same. They're the same things, especially as a father. They're the same fucking things. The idea that like, oh, you could just eschew those things because, well, I have a lot of money and I could just kind of pay for their life. That doesn't mean shit, dude. Lots of drug dealers pay for their families' lives. Doesn't mean they're part of it.
Career, or like you have, your own agency in the world to pursue your own goals.
The women who I know who are most fulfilled in life are not trying to do the things that traditionally men used to do.
What about a situation where, this has just popped into my head, where I want my girlfriend, who I love, to be a kept woman, but she doesn't. She wants to pursue a career or something like that.
Then find a different woman. Very simple.
The core belief driving the war room and what men here are seeking is a misogynist fantasy of a time when they were kings and women were subjugated.
See, also, this is the framing device here is fantasy. It's fantasy as if women were subjugated in all households. Like it discounts the effect that women have on culture, society, what their roles have been historically, and how much actually they influence all of those things. Women played a very important role in culture and society, and it doesn't have anything to do with being like a kept woman or anything like that. It really doesn't. And they always bring up this kind of pedantic viewpoint, this innately kind of like a misogynistic, sexist thing, like, well, women were just too stupid to do anything for themselves until men allowed them to. If you were to look at the laws, even go back to women's suffrage, who is actually bullying women's suffrage? Was it mostly women, or was it a group of men? I don't know. Kind of wild stuff, right? Wild stuff. Maybe it's just not so cut and dry.
It's at the heart of what Andrew Tate is selling. Just look at the tweets of Iggy Semmelweis, his second in command. My webcam girl is home 100% of the time, has no time nor interest in going out. She sleeps, cooks, cleans, does her shows, gives me all the money, gets railed by me and our girlfriends, then smiles, thanks me, and goes and does it again tomorrow. Welcome.
Yeah, that's a different thing. That's not like what women have experienced throughout history. That's a fucking degenerate, an opportunist, an actual misogynist, an actual piece of shit.
To the war room.
This is the war room of Andrew Tate.
Now, it's quite possible this next story has passed some of you by, but you would be in a minority.
As the war room members and I are bussed to the fight location, the world begins to talk about Andrew Tate with a new intensity.
He is a 35-year-old influencer who's been accused of spreading rape
openly
culture.
condones and celebrates violence against women.
Hitting women. Kids are acting like the things that he's saying is like revolutionary.
11-year-old boys, they love
Please
Andrew
stop
Tate.
looking up to Andrew Tate. He is a bad guy.
With the PR crisis going on, Andrew's team are eager for some good press.
I really can't stand that all of this gets obfuscated, because there's tons of pieces of shit, tons of like loser degenerates that also hate Andrew Tate. They come out and be like, oh, don't listen to this guy. And they're the worst people. They don't give good examples. They're not really getting into the nitty gritty. They're all ahistorical. It's all reflexive and emotional. It has nothing to do with reality. The reality of why Andrew Tate may be a nefarious force. And it kind of makes people like me, like you feel like, oh, like you should be on guard. Like, well, I can't agree with those people. But I feel like we're agreeing on a subject, but for very different reasons.
Press. So they send an extra friendly chaperone to sell me on the benefits of the war room experience.
I'm Alpha Wolf.
Okay.
My role is to be...
Dude, if somebody came up to me and told me they were Alpha Wolf, I would laugh in their fucking face. I'm Alpha Wolf, dude. You need to subjugate yourself to me. I mean, this is what he's doing to these guys is no different than what he does to these girls. He creates this parasocial relationship. It's just different. It's not based on sex. It's based on your sense of self, your masculinity, your confidence. He creates the sense that he's the door to those things, and he's the only door to those things. So women look at him and they see comfort, security. Men see him as a pathway forward, and confidence.
Be Alpha Wolf.
Okay, fair enough.
Life is all about how you deal with the pain and how you move forward.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to learn a lot about yourself as a man. So take it make the best out of it, and grow as a man and be tough.
All of the men in this room seem to be taking this incredibly seriously.
What's your goal for the fight?
Of course, I'm going to try to win.
I see a lot of contenders right there who had the guts to come right here in the cage. If any one of them win one fight, is going to win all their money, all their girls.
This is the culmination of Andrew Tate's pressure cooker of male insecurity.
You're a fucking broke. You are poor. I'm the only guy on this fucking platform flying around in private jets with 27 cars, living this lifestyle. Most of you are not too stupid to become rich.
Are you ready? Round one.
He actually doesn't believe that. He doesn't believe that most of you are too stupid to become rich. He believes it. He believes he believes you're a sucker. He sees you and that's a sucker. That's some more money in my pocket so I can do all the things that I just described.
But while they come forward to gratefully take the beatings they've paid thousands of dollars for,
you're here to lose a little bit of blood.
Andrew Tate's future on social media is hanging in the balance. And the public backlash is spreading. I'm desperate to ask him about all of this, but first I have to get through this ridiculous situation that I've found myself in.
All right, let's go.
Give it up for Matt. Did I say it right?
Very excited for it. Now, the bell goes. Matt has.
Now, if this is not a setup, I guess I got to give props to the Vice dude for at least getting in the ring to see his story through. Because if he were to not do this, you're not getting a full sense of the story. As a journalist, he kind of has to do this.
That's the test. I know he's going to lose, but wow, he's actually in there. Let's go, buddy! Come on, man! That's out.
Whatever's going on behind the scenes, watching me get chased around puts a smile on Andrew's face.
Tyson gets stripped to the ground. And there's going to be a ground and pound finish. That is it. The referee calls. Hold on, man. He was unable to defend himself. I hated these guys when they turned up. I almost punched Matt myself when he was in my house. You know what? He's officially won me over. I can't believe he actually got in there.
Honestly, it seems like those guys go pretty easy on these dudes. That guy barely has a mark on his face. Are we about to? Well, I guess they probably give as much as they get. So if you go hard, they go hard. Because I feel like we're about to see some messes.
Those who went all in on their fight came out badly. One man was knocked out and taken away on a stretcher.
Good story to tell the bros. You got to tell the bros something. What happened at the War Room retreat? Well, I got knocked the fuck out, dude. I went so hard. I got taken away in an ambulance. What about you, faggot?
Inner Circle had put these men through collective hardship and recreated them in Andrew Tate's image. Fighters.
Come here, guys. Come up to the front. He broke his hand on your head. But you're fine. So you win.
But they had also joined a movement that was widely accused of normalizing sexism and rape culture. While the men who chose to fight are paraded in front of the crowd, Andrew's team shamed those who refused.
This shame you hold on to it. Don't let it go.
So anyone who fought, you can put your hand up, how the experience was, how it's going to change your life, and if you have anything to say to the people who didn't fight.
I don't think I have any word of advice for the people that didn't do it, except that you should have probably.
Trumpzilla says, dude was totally unprepared. Yeah, because everybody was unprepared. They sprung it on him. Even Andrew Tate's boys, even his men, were like, what are you doing? What are you talking about? And he's like, don't worry. They're not going to fuck him up too bad. That was at the beginning of their seminar.
I mean, I'm thinking, I want to go train because I feel inadequate, right? So yeah, that's what I want to do.
Right now, I have new mountains to climb, and I'd love to get back here a year from now and go to the gym of the guy who beat the shit out of me.
Didn't it feel like a movie the last few days? I feel like that's a great metaphor for life. We shouldn't be slaves. We shouldn't be working 9-to-5 jobs. We should actually make our lives into, I guess, a movie.
I want to be known as one of the best fathers in the war room.
I can't look at my sons and tell them to suck it up, Buttercup, if I don't say yes to this.
Yeah, makes sense.
Whether or not they fought, all the men here paid $5,000.
You know, and I'm not even suggesting that like doing an exercise like this is necessarily a bad thing. Like going in there, like trying to testing your metal, seeing what you got. Sure. I understand that. I get it. I get what the effect is. I understand that. Those guys, even though they got their asses kicked, feel better about themselves. And Andrew Tate is smart enough because he knows that he's the host of this event and he knows that he wants these guys coming back for more. He gives them bunches of positive affirmation. He tells them things like, oh, that guy broke his hand punching you in the face. So technically, I guess you win. That guy got more fucked up than you did. It's just part of the grift. Trumpzilla says, you mean no police or military trained guys, no martial arts? They should.
To the only real winner in this performance, Andrew Tate.
For the people who want to stay and relax, there's some chicks, don't know where they're from. Yeah, let's have fun. I hope you all enjoyed it.
We're told not to film the celebrations that conclude the evening, and it's not clear exactly what goes on. But once outside...
Prostitution. Trump says no gangbangers. Surprisingly not. Gangbangs? Yes.
The lobby, we could clearly see a room containing naked women being photographed. With Andrew's team increasingly conscious of negative publicity, tonight could be the last chance to interview him.
Do you consider the possibility that some of the things that you've said, which have been viewed 11 billion times, may lead to an attitude towards women that could be harmful?
I accept that across all of that viewership, I have...
Trump still says, did you see black, Asians, or Mexicans? Well, I saw an Asian guy. The guy that stood up looked like he was Filipino. Said it like, oh, well, how can I tell my kids to suck it up, Buttercup, if I'm not willing to do this? It was an Asian guy.
Perhaps, possibly, maybe said one thing, or maybe two, that has upset a large range of people.
Wouldn't it make sense to just apologize for some of the things you said, acknowledge that they have caused harm, and say that you won't say those things again?
No, and I'll tell you why. I'm not going to apologize for the edits of other people. I'm not going to apologize for the misunderstandings of other people. There's a whole bunch of clips people are making.
No, this dude he started out his business as a pimp, and then it grew into something else. But make no mistake, this dude started out with the pimp mentality, the pimp methodology of how to attract women into his business. It's not rocket science. It's not whatever. They're not going to get into it. The idea that this guy's like, will you disavow those things? Is fucking stupid. In fact, it's just too adversarial. If you were to just like try to pick Andrew Tate's brain about like, okay, well, you started here and you were doing these kind of things. You know, you've been doing these kinds of things. You've built this business, etc. Ingratiate yourself to him. Get him to open up. If you come in like the Inquisitor, you're not going to get any real answers. But that's honestly, that's not the point. With a documentary like this and this journalist, it's not the point to try to understand or to try to even get him to say anything. It's to get him to be defensive. That's the only thing this dude is looking for, is defensiveness. He's not looking for real answers. And you missed your shot. You missed your shot. This guy was in prime position to be able to like sincerely pick this dude's brain and get him to say stupid things, but you have to do it in an intelligent way. And this dude was not there for that. Trumpzilla says, I see the correlation between combat sports and fire walking or broken glass walking. I agree. It's a test of your mettle. It's to see what you can take. And it's something that feels self-affirming. Like, I have lived through something. I have accomplished something. I have done something physical and painful. And that's meaningful. That's meaningful to a lot of guys, myself included. I've had those kind of moments in my life where you feel like, well, I've achieved something. I've done something with my physical body. And it makes you feel good. It juices you up a little bit. It makes you feel more confident, etc. And that's really what he's trying to engender in these men. And this guy just just very narrow, very pedantic kind of view of everything that he's seeing. Andrew Tate's history is what it is, and he has to contend with that. This guy was a pornographer. He was a pimp. And honestly, it's not something I agree with. I'm not going to align myself with somebody like Andrew Tate if that's the foundation of which he worked from, because it also seems like this is just opportunistic. It's kind of a grift. It's got a way to make money. It's a way to ingratiate himself and make himself feel like a hero and a star. It is what it is.
Which make me look very bad. That's not good for my life. That's not good for business.
The clips that portray you in a negative light also help the algorithm to make you become more famous and more viral.
I'm not an expert on algorithms for social media platforms. I do not have most of them installed on my phone. I cannot control a 15-year-old Singaporean
I do not have them installed on my phone. I don't even know what they are.
Decides to do when he chops me up and calls me names. I can't control that, and I wouldn't try to.
There has been a lot of bad press.
Yeah, and that's a fair thing for him, is that I'm not going after people for misrepresenting me or what he feels like is misrepresentation. He's like, I don't go after people for that. Part of that is just a good business strategy. Any attention is good attention. Whether you're infamous or famous, it doesn't really matter. If you're trying to make a buck, doesn't matter.
About you, that's made some nervousness within members of the war. And why is that?
Well, obviously, when people are going to continue to lie and continue to do very, very shallow, very, very fictitious investigations, people are going to lose faith in you. The media has lost all credibility because you do not try and portray the truth anymore.
One thing that stands in the way of truth, for example, is when we often do documentaries, we have full access to speak to anyone we want. But in this documentary, we've been very closely watched by the sartorial shooter, Alpha Wolf, picking who we can speak to, monitoring the interview. What is it that you're worried that we're going to find out?
These questions are so low.
This is low. It's low. We let you in. We tried to take care of you, and you're sitting here.
This is when you see this guy's bitch made. It's like, this is so loaded. This is the narrative. It's like, no. Why did you not give us full access to your operation? Now, they could be like, he could have just said I just don't fucking trust you. I don't trust you to fairly represent the views of other people. And I want to protect my boys. I want to protect the war room from your smear campaign. He could have said that. He didn't. He just goes into completely fucking egghead bullshit, bitch made mode. And it's just like, yeah, bro. Yeah. It's kind of like the same thing he did when we were watching that Hassan Piker clip, where he just cannot mount a defense for anything because he doesn't believe in anything that he's saying. That's what it says to me. There's nothing actually here that he actually believes. This is a way to make money. This is a way to exploit people in the same way that he started exploiting people back with the cam girls. It's just another iteration of that.
And just attacking us for 3 hours, bro.
The world is asking these questions, and the viewers will be asking these questions.
It's a consistent leading question, it's a consistent narrative. Where's the question about the good he's doing for men? Well, there's a very clear narrative. I need to leave. Okay.
The good that he's doing for men should be self-evident, and the guys that are part of the war room should be able to affirm those things. We saw clips from this event of guys affirming how this was a positive force in their life. We saw that clip of the Asian guy that stood up, said I do this because I'm a father and I want to show my children that sometimes you got to take your licks. So in fairness to Vice, those things are there. Granted, it's with their slant. It's not meant to be a positive thing. It's meant to be an indicator of the toxic nature of masculinity and what makes men feel good or accomplished, because the people at Vice have no life experience. They don't build things. They just consume. They're not fathers. They're not husbands. They're not legacy people that have built something that they want to leave a positive effect on. They don't get that shit. They're bug men.
In the days afterwards, Tate is banned from YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram, to the protest of his fans.
They have
And that's another thing that's like, it makes it feel like a little bit of a psyop. A little bit of a psyop. It's almost like, can we create a movement to unban Andrew Tate?
Shut us down. This is warfare against the West.
It bums me out that Alex Jones talked to him because I like Alex Jones.
Moment, it seems the deplatforming has worked. But then, he reappears on Instagram with an emoji covering his face.
You're lost. You understand you're living inside of a mechanism which is designed to control you, but you don't.
He moves to Dubai, converts to Islam, sets up a new bank.
He converted to Islam? Oh, shit. Oh, no. He converts to Islam.
Entirely owned by him. And rebrands the Hustlers University as the real world. In the first month after being deplatformed, he made $11 million and got 250 million views on TikTok alone. Months later, Elon Musk reinstates his Twitter account and he gains 1 million followers in 24 hours.
I have no criminal charge.
Yeah, he has a huge public profile. So I love that Elon Musk reinstates his account. His goal, his aim was to reinstate everybody. Everybody that was kicked off the platform for controversial reasons, he put back on there. It's not just Andrew Tate. Come on now. Trumpzilla is convert to Islam. Burn him.
There's no charges at all against me. I have not hurt any women. No women are coming forward saying Andrew hit me. Zero.
Which is not true.
Andrew maintains that he has never abused a woman. But when we get back from Romania...
Well, it depends what you consider abuse. I don't know. Catfishing women into being part of your cam girl thing might be considered abuse. Just saying.
We finally managed to speak to some women from his past. Amelia began seeing Andrew in 2013. Due to fear of harassment from his fans, she is withholding her real name.
I always knew, even from back in the day, there was always things said bad about him. But when I'd seen him again in 2013, I thought, oh, all these rumors about him may be false because he's actually been really lovely. The first time I went around his house, because before it was like maybe 3-4 times we've gone on dates, we started to make out on the bed. Out of the blue, he literally just stopped what he was doing and just laid back. He said, I'm just contemplating whether I should rape you or not. And I promise you within an instant.
I'm sure that was like meant to be like tongue in cheek. Sounds like it would be something that's tongue in cheek. You're fucking around with somebody, you're making out with them, and then he lays back in the bed. It's like, should I rape you? Not recommended. Not recommended. But it could be tongue in cheek. Trumpzilla says, never heard of 9/11? Total scum.
He changed. He just jumped straight on top of me, grabbed my throat, started suffocating me, strangling me. The more I didn't want to, it made him so much more aggressive to the point where he was pinning me down, hurting me. The things he was saying to me, he was like, who do you belong to? Who do you belong to? And the more I couldn't say it, the more he'd hurt.
Whether this is true, this accounting is true or not, like it is congruent with what he said before about how he wants women to feel about him. I don't know if this particular account is true. I have no idea. But it is congruent with the things that he said in terms of building his business and how he hooked girls into it. Trumpzilla says, I learned in LA, never trust a man in a dress.
At me. So I couldn't see an escape. And at that point, I just gave up. I just gave up. And then when it stopped, he went to the bathroom and acted as if it was normal. So I'm like, maybe I did. Did I want it? Did I not? I definitely said to him, please don't, please don't. And he told me, shut the fuck up. Definitely got strangled. I definitely didn't want it. Did he think I wanted it? When you look back, the psychological warfare you have with yourself is like you couldn't even imagine. You wouldn't know, you wouldn't understand it unless you've been through it. can't even say the damn word.
Have you since come to terms with the notion that that may not have been consensual, that may have been...
I know for a fact it wasn't consensual.
But it's hard to use the word.
Even though I know technically it's true, that did happen, that is what happened to me, I still don't like vocalizing it.
Amelia's method of coping with the alleged rapes was to pretend to herself that it was a normal relationship.
The abuse wasn't consensual because he knew I didn't want it, which he confirms in multiple voice messages and texts to me.
Am I a bad person? Because the more you didn't like it, the more I enjoyed it. I fucking loved how much you hated it. Turned me on. Are you seriously so offended I strangled you a little bit? You didn't fucking pass out. And all the women I've ever slept with, not a single one has ever bitched or complained like you are bitching and complaining now.
Every few months, Andrew would send...
Now, does that seem out of character for Andrew Tate to say something like that? Not to me. Honestly, not to me. I'm just being real. Doesn't seem like that would be out of character for him.
Me on a different number, messages to remind me of how dangerous he was.
I thought I'd remind you of the caliber of man I am. I am one of the most dangerous men on this planet.
Scare tactics to make sure I wouldn't go anywhere, go to the police, wouldn't report, would always be under his control. It was always to remind me that he was there.
After 6 months, Amelia eventually left Andrew when she says she began to fear for her own life. In 2014, she also decided to report the incident to police, who logged it.
A year after, I got a phone call from a police officer from Hertfordshire Police.
So she did the thing that everybody says that you should do, right? When they talk about these stories of regret, oh, you just regretted the incident, etc. You never reported it, and now you're just coming out on social media to smear me. Well, she did. She went to police. I mean, that adds at least some credibility to it.
She said to me, we have 2 other girls that have come forward and said the exact same thing as you.
Which wouldn't be weird. It wouldn't be that weird considering what he said about getting women to be part of his harem, to be part of his cam girl operation. It wouldn't be weird. It would not be weird.
Would you please be willing to come onto this investigation to make this case stronger? And without any hesitation, I said yes. And I thought, well, if there's 2 other girls, I'm not alone now. I'm not alone.
One of those women was Sally. She was 20 when Andrew Tate approached her for webcam work. Due to fears of harassment from his fan base, she is also withholding her real name.
First night that I worked for him, Andrew bought me like 5 bottles of wine. So I got completely drunk because I'd never done webcam work. So I was very, very nervous. Then that night, we were just sitting on the bed and Andrew punched me in my arm. I went to the bathroom and cried. It really, really hurt to have someone just hit me in the arm for no reason. I was very confused. Sorry. Sorry, I don't want to cry.
It's okay.
So then when I came out of the bathroom, he was super, super nice. Like, from what I remember, Andrew didn't have any alcohol at all. It was literally just me. That night we cuddled and we ended up having sex and I was really, really drunk. That was my first night. Then it was kind of like every single night I would work.
Were there any other instances where there was physical abuse?
He used to strangle us as well. There was another time when he came into the bedroom, me and the other girl, we would sleep in the same bed with Andrew. But at this time, the girl had a partner, so she was not interested in Andrew at all. And I had gone to the shower, I came back and I noticed he was, like, I saw him raping her. And when he threatened to beat me up in the bathroom. And he said, oh, I don't give a fuck if you call the police. I'm going to beat the shit out of you.
Trumpzilla says, this is hard to listen to, Shaun. It really is, because it actually seems pretty genuine. I'm not like detecting any kind of affectation or a put on. I mean, some of the editing is, they're tightening things up, but it does not seem like a story that somebody is making up. And again, he has a history. Behavior, his own words, that would seem to indicate something like this is very possible.
That's kind of when I knew, I had to get out of there. I stopped working for Andrew about March, April time, and I went to the police shortly after that. Nothing was done, really. The other girl that he had raped, she went to the police, and then that's when they arrested him and took him into custody for like 2 days. When Andrew was arrested, we were taken in for a proper interview, and it kind of just got left. I would send emails asking them to update. I'd hear nothing back.
When we reached out to Hertfordshire Police about this, they had this to say. We acknowledge that there were some delays to the investigation. This was addressed at the time and apologies were made. The decision to prosecute based on the police's evidence would be up to the Crown Prosecution Service.
Well, that's the problem with something like this. There's probably not a lot of evidence. Because these girls are coming forward so far after the fact, there's probably not a lot of evidence. And it's probably not a lot like the law can actually do. Because they can't prove it. Because there are liars out there. I'm not saying that these girls are liars. In my opinion, seems pretty genuine. And it also just doesn't seem like out of the realm of possibility or crazy for the dude that we've been watching for 3 hours, almost 4.5 hours now. But everything leading up to this does not seem that weird, because this would fit into his worldview. It fits into his type of behavior. And like, even though he presents it in this benign way that, well, of course, every woman is willing and accepting of my coon, willing and accepting of my cock. That doesn't mean it's true. Doesn't mean it's true at all. Especially like you have a group of people that you're there intentionally taking advantage of, intentionally fucking over, intentionally trying to control with material stuff and sex. And not everybody is on board with that. That wouldn't be that weird.
Fortunately, they turned around and just said, oh, we can't continue this case anymore. It's just insufficient evidence.
You witnessed the rape occurring. Did that not count as evidence for them?
No, they openly said.
No, well, it's not evidence. It's an anecdote, and that's something that can be used later on. Like if you find something, if there is actual physical evidence of something, you can use her story to corroborate things. But it in itself is not sufficient to bring a charge. It's just not.
That it's really, really difficult to prove rape. Very difficult.
The Crown Prosecution Service said, in this case, we carefully reviewed all the evidence provided by the police regarding each complainant and concluded it did not meet our legal test and there was no realistic prospect of a conviction. In the UK, only 1 in 100 reported rapes result in a charge, let alone a conviction. In a statement issued via his lawyer in Romania, Tate denied the assault or rape. He said, "They wanted money because I fired them. The police understood after the investigation that I am innocent, and the police found messages from the girls' phones where they were talking between themselves and planning to lie about me." Sally said,
I would like to see some receipts on that. I mean, it's possible. Certainly possible. I would like to see some receipts. I mean, this is back in 2014. He was not who he is today. So the threshold for like going after a famous person is much different.
the CPS sent a letter saying that one of the reasons they didn't charge Tate was because they found voice notes on our phones where we talked about whether we should tell the police that he gave us alcohol. We were talking about it because that is what happened. He used to get us drunk.
They clearly didn't think that a text from a man to a woman saying, "I love raping you," I know what I do to you is abusive and controlling.
Yeah, because the whole thing for him would be like, this is part of the kink. It's part of the role playing. It's like, oh no, like the rough sex, the quote unquote the rape is part of like our thing. This is part of what we do, and you all wanted it. You're all consensual into it, even though it seems like he's doing this stuff to control women that work for him. Like, this is not just girlfriends. Like, you gotta remember that there is a transactional relationship that goes on here, in the sense that they work for him. They work for him. They're cam girls, and he's fucking all of them, or at least from his own mouth, he's fucking all of them. And that, you can't just the idea that you just have sex with somebody and like, oh, this is such like a hypnotic sense of control. Well, that's going to wear off after a while. And you're going to have to be more aggressive. Like, it's either sex or violence. That's how you imprint yourself onto a person for methods of control and for or for love, etc. That can manifest in a lot of different ways. But part of that is to be more aggressive and more aggressive over time. Trumpzilla says also possible roofies. That's very true. He could have been like, would we put it past the dude that we've been watching?
To CPS, apparently, that's not enough. I did the bravest thing I think I ever done in my life, which was hell. 4 years of absolute hell, going through an investigation without anyone knowing, and basically to do it alone was all a waste.
Despite repeated requests, Tate's lawyer did not provide a response to Amelia's allegations.
Well, that's another thing. Like, so like they have all these accusations, they have all of these text messages, they have these voice recordings. So Vice is coming out, other outlets are coming out with receipts for things, and we go back to the Fresh and Fit guys. Well, we're not seeing the other side. We're not seeing their responses to what he's saying. Do you think Andrew Tate doesn't have receipts? Do you think if Andrew Tate didn't have the evidence to exonerate himself, he wouldn't present it? Like, very boldly present it as well. And he doesn't. And you have to really wonder why. You have to ask why. This does not seem like a guy that would delete text messages so that he doesn't have access to them. I mean, these girls are under lock and key. He's monitoring every aspect of their fucking life. And he doesn't have any information about what they're saying. He doesn't have any counters to the voice messages, the texts, etc. I'm just saying.
The Romanian investigation into Andrew Tate and his brother finally led to an arrest on the 29th of December.
The Matrix has attacked me.
Police accused them of using the Loverboy method to traffic at least 6 women into a Romania-based webcam sex business.
Which I think is a cover. I think this is a cover because they're involved in money laundering for Romanian mafia. That would be my guess. If we wanted to say, like, on the up and up, more nefariously, that they're part of some sort of intelligence operation. We don't know who are the members of his war room who are involved with Andrew Tate. I know one person that's involved with Andrew Tate, and he denies everything. It's Mike Cernovich. Mike Cernovich was involved in this at some point. Who I think, honestly, my opinion on Mike Cernovich, that dude glows. That dude glows in the fucking dark. How the fuck does Mike Cernovich become Mike Cernovich and do what he does, know what he knows? How is he living his life? I'm sorry. I just don't buy it. But it could be an intelligence. It could be like a honeypot. They could be a honeypot. They build this business, etc. There's a lot of girls. Get a lot of powerful men to come and hang out with you. Fuck these girls. They talk to these dudes. Every room is bugged, etc. That's the possibility. Like somebody had said earlier, a low-rent Jeffrey Epstein.
But we now know similar allegations have dogged Tate for years. His followers are obsessed with the idea that the Matrix is conspiring against him. But if anyone in this story is the victim of a conspiracy, Is it the multimillionaire celebrity? Or is it the women who claim they were abandoned by the system?
You know, you see all these young men talking about how he's such a great guy and he's their idol and stuff, and that's so difficult to see. There are better role models out there. Don't be fooled by all the money and the nice cars and all the women. Working on yourself and becoming a better man and better mindset, yeah, but real men don't lay their hands on women.
If you're in the U.S. and need someone to talk to about an experience with sexual assault or abuse, call the National Sexual Assault Hotline, blah, blah, blah. Well, that was the thing. It was actually interesting. It was definitely biased. It definitely had its slants, but it doesn't mean that some of the things that were being discussed weren't true and accurate. Some of the slants about, like, you know, toxic masculinity and what men do to feel powerful, etc. Yeah, I don't agree with their angle on those things. But as far as the Tate's go, the Tates seem very suspicious. Seem like suspicious characters. And I would not be hitching my wagon to the Tates. Now, does that mean they're guilty? No, it doesn't. But I do think there's a preponderance of evidence to suggest that they're definitely abusive guys. At least Andrew Tate is. Trumpzilla says, you pulled a lot of pumpkin seeds there, Shaun. Yeah, we went through it tonight. Went through the muck. Well, Trumpzilla, thank you. I think you're the last man standing. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you to Brissinger, Trumpzilla, Hagbard, of course, Big Paul, Prophet, anybody else that stopped, Crunk stopped by. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. And I'll see you guys next week. I'm going to see you guys next week. Trumpzilla says, wait for the rest of the story. I am. I'm going to wait for the rest of the story. I don't know. It's hard to say because there's so much obfuscation out there. There could be misrepresentation, but I also saw a bunch of stuff that was not misrepresenting him. I saw a lot of things from his own mouth in terms of his behavior and how he ran his businesses and how he built things. And he built things based on taking advantage of people, gaslighting people, catfishing people. Like, this is not like a guy on the up and up, regardless of how you feel about him. He's completely unscrupulous. Like, you can't be like a men's rights dude and then also be like, well, you know, we used to also fuck lonely, vulnerable men out of money. Seems like a weird angle. Seems like a weird perspective. But anyways, have a good night, everybody, and I'll see you next week, if not before then. You never know. I might drop in for an extra stream this week. We'll see how it goes. I got a busy life. Got a lot of stuff going on. All right. Have a good one. Adios.
When are you gonna come down? When are you going to land? I should have stayed on the farm. I should have listened to my old man. You know you can't help me forever. I didn't sign up with you. I'm not a present for your friends to open. This boy's too young to be singing. Not blue. Couple of darling. Set you on your